Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter GameDay Show, the live pregame show energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. If you're not already fired up for Bucs football, you're going to be even more fired up after watching that new intro for the Pewter GameDay Show. Very Game of Thrones-esque. I'm already fired up. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Join with me is my colleague from Pewter Report, Josh Capo. Before we start talking about this game, let's hear a message from our friends over at Celsius. We all bleed the same. That's right. Celsius is the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. Make sure you check out all your local convenience stores, Walmart's, Targets, and bodegas to get the latest flavors of Celsius energy drinks. You can go to the store locator on the Celsius website to find out where to get one. We'll talk more about Celsius later on during today's show. Like I said, I'm Matt Matera. With me is Josh Capo. Josh, how you doing? How you feeling for this Bucs-Bears matchup?
Matt. Guess what day it is?
It's game day, baby!
Thank you, Shaggy, for the assist. I am feeling awesome about it being the NFL season again, right? We're 2 weeks in, and it's really starting to kind of click in terms of just we've got several months ahead of us of football, and that feels awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's life with football and there's life without football, and life with football is 10 times better than life without football. Me and my friend will say to each other all the time, there's nothing better than football. So I know I feel great about that. Another thing that also feels great is when you cover your bets. And if I'm not mistaken, your alma mater, the USF Bulls, had a statement loss against the Alabama Crimson Tide. But if I'm not mistaken, in that statement loss, you, Josh Capo, I think sprinkled a little cash on USF to cover, what was it, a 31-point spread?
I got them at 31.5, and they lost by 14. So I won by 17.5 as far as I'm concerned. And to be honest, I mean, it obviously it's not the same Alabama, right? Like their quarterback situation is a mess, but the Bulls were like 115th in defense last year, and Alex Golesh has got them rocking and rolling. Like the program is definitely pointed up, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty interesting guy. I watched a little bit of his press conference this morning. By the way, shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Tim's expecting a 31-13 victory for the Bucs today, as Richard says. Good morning, Matt, Josh, and everyone else. Go Bucs. But the reason why I brought up the spread, Josh, is, of course, we got to talk about our friends mybookie.ag. And if you're betting on the Bucs game today, the Bucs are a 2.5-point favorite, depending on what time that you decided to place a bet on them. MyBookie is the official sports book account for PewterReport.com. There's so many great things that you could bet on. You could do player props, which, by the way, shout out to my show, Pewter Picks and Props. You can still check that out before the show gets started and what picks I'm going with for today's game. But if you use the promo code Pewter, PEWTER, you can get a first deposit bonus with mybookie.ag. It'll be a 10% cash rollover. You can put in as much as $200 and as little as $45 to get that deposit bonus with mybookie.ag. As we said, football is back. There's nothing better than football, so you can bet on all of those sports, whether it's teams or individuals or the over-unders. And you also have baseball going to the playoffs soon. Basketball's right around the corner. You got golf, UFC. The NHL will be back soon. I'm sure the Bolts are going to have another great season. So go to mybookie.ag, use the promo code Pewter, and get a first deposit bonus. Even if you learn from Plants and Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. So mybookie.ag. The injury report came out a little bit before the show started today. As you see on the screen, for the Bucs, the inactives of who will be out for this game. Kalijah Kancey, the defensive tackle, obviously got his first action last week, and that calf injury kind of flared up again. Carlton Davis is out with a toe injury. Saracier Dennis is out. Marquise Watts, Brandon Walton, Payne Durham, and Keyshawn Vaughn are all healthy scratches for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Josh, how concerning is it that the Bucs won't have Carlton Davis in this game? Or Kalijah Kancey too, but I think Carlton obviously is.
Yeah, I think Carlton's the bigger impact because for Bucs fans who remember last year, DJ Moore, who's now with the Bears but was with the Panthers last year, had a field day with Zion McCollum.
Yeah.
McCollum will be filling in for Davis on the outside again today. So, if I'm the Bears, if I'm Luke Getsy, their offensive coordinator, I'm drawing up, how early and often I'm going to test McCollum to see how much he's improved since that week 6 matchup last year, if I remember correctly, week 6 or 7. And if I'm DJ Moore, I'm screaming for the ball this week after only getting 2 targets last week.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that I had brought up, whether I was talking about like some of the picks I was making on Pewter Picks and Props or just this Bears offense in general. Like, it was shocking. We had a Bears writer on the show, Jacob Infante, on Thursday's show. And I was like, yeah, how shocking was it to you that DJ Moore only got 2 targets in the whole game and had those 2 receptions? And he pretty much said, like, it was unbelievable that it was that low. Like, he was such a big part of that trade and doesn't really get involved at all. It was just very, very surprising to see for sure. For the Bears, they put cornerback Kyler Gordon on injured reserve. Right guard Nate Davis, this came out earlier today, is out for personal reasons. Defensive back Josh Blackwell was doubtful, and defensive coordinator Alan Williams is out as well for personal reasons. So Matt Eberflus is going to be calling the defense for the Bears in this one. How much can the Bucs exploit the interior offensive line now that Davis isn't going to be playing?
I think that they can exploit it quite a bit, even if Davis was playing. I mean, he was probably their best interior offensive lineman, but the Packers just destroyed the interior of the Bears offensive line last week. Now, the Bucs don't have quite the talent in terms of pass rushers that the Packers do. Kenny Clark, Devontae Wyatt had kind of a coming out game last week after a disappointing rookie season. And obviously without Kalijah Kancey, I don't know if the Bucs can quite match the Packers in terms of interior talent, but you still have Vita Vea. The Bears don't have the biggest interior offensive line, and I think Vea is going to kind of have his way with Whitehair, with whoever's replacing Davis, and I don't know it off the top of my head, as well as their other guards. So I think that that's an opportunity for the Bucs defense to kind of set the tone, and I think it's going to make it more difficult for the Bears to run the ball. Although I'm very excited for a running back that will probably be featured more now that they have Deonta Foreman, who is on their inactives list today as well.
Yeah, I believe you're talking about this man, Roschon Johnson,
right.
Who
RB2.
Yeah, very, very exciting running back. I always feel bad because, he goes to Texas, and obviously Bijan Robinson's the guy, and off to a pretty good start with the Atlanta Falcons, but we'll go down the road later with Bijan Robinson when Tampa Bay meets up with Atlanta. But then he comes to the Bears, and then he's like right in the middle of a running back rotation again. So with all the talent he hasn't always been the top guy just yet. There was a little bit of good news for the Buccaneers this week. Obviously, Christian Izien was in concussion protocol for a majority of the week, but he got cleared to practice, and he will be playing in this game for the Buccaneers. He obviously had the big splash play, the turnover right before halftime in week 1 against the Minnesota Vikings. Josh, just what's your outlook of him? What do you think of his first game performance and your expectations of him going into week 2?
Yeah, pleasantly surprised. I think Izzy balled out. You take away a missed tackle at the goal line that allowed a touchdown, which sometimes the running back's going to get you on that, and Madison got him on it. He had a phenomenal game, right? And absolutely fantastic, because it wasn't just the pick. He was solid in coverage throughout the day. And early in the game, I think you and I talked about it post game, right? He had this 3rd and 2 tackle on, I think it was like a little bubble screen or something like that, out in space. He was the only guy there and saved the drive and caused the Vikings to have to punt the ball. So I think Izzy had a fantastic game, and he'll be tested today because he'll be lined up against Darnell Mooney quite a bit. Mooney is a shifty guy, fast guy, good route runner. And if Justin Fields decides that he wants to throw the ball this week and hit his reads in progression, it'll be a true test for Izzy.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me with Justin Fields is just the vision. And it goes back to Bruce Arians back in the day when he said, playing quarterback is 90% of it is from the neck up, talking about like the mental side of it. Can you read the right way, the coverage and the certain routes and where to go with the football? And that's where I think Justin Fields needs to improve. But we got a $5 super chat from my man, Kyle Dugan. Thank you so much, Kyle, for this $5 super chat. Before, when I was saying that I was talking to my friend about there's nothing better than football, this is actually the guy I was talking about. One of my best friends in the world, Kyle Dugan. So thank you, Kyle, who says, in all caps, there is nothing better than football. I could not agree more. And then he says, Bears stink. With stink. 11 straight regular season losses. Bucs win 24-13. So
we need to add that to Bailey's record watch.
Yeah.
11 straight regular season losses for the Bears.
Dugan dropping some knowledge on all the Pewter people. But thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you for watching and appreciate the super chat. Honestly, hearing from Kyle pumps me up a lot, makes me in a good mood. I'll be even in a better mood when I have a Celsius energy drink, which, of course, is the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. As you see on the screen, there are so many awesome different flavors. It's hard to just choose one. I know Arctic Vibe is my personal favorite, but you can't go wrong with the sparkling cucumber lime, the strawberry lemonade, the tropical vibe, all the different great flavors. The grape flavor is great too. The watermelon, whatever you want to choose. No sugar, no post-energy drink crash or jitters that you might get with another product out there. Their newest flavor is the Cosmic Vibe, which is a sparkling fruit punch. So tons of awesome flavors. If you need to know where to find one, punch in your address on the Celsius store locator, and it'll tell you the closest geographical location where you can pick one up. As Shaggy says, mixed berry morning. I like that. So you can pick one up by typing in your address, and it'll tell you the closest geographical location to pick one up at your local Walmart, Target, 7-Eleven, health and fitness store, convenience store, or your bodega. And this is where Scott will go, bodega. Yeah, Diaby at a bodega. Anyway, and then when you know you love Celsius and you want more, that's when you go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, and you can have it sent to your residence really whenever you want at your local Walmart. I already did that part. At your local residence, you can have it sent every week, month, quarterly, yearly, whenever you want. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. Make Celsius your number one pick. All right, let's talk about some offense. When the Bucs are on offense, what exactly do they need to do? And I think one of the most important things starting out is the Bucs need to start fast. I mean, when you look at how everything went last week against the Minnesota Vikings, it was poor, it was abysmal, and you could not really have had a worse start. So I think especially when you're playing a team like the Bears, who may fold rather quickly if things don't go their way early on. I think we kind of saw that last week against when they lost to the Packers. How important is it that they start off well?
I think it's extremely important, especially given the fact that, like you said, that they really weren't that efficient last week. And everybody points to the first 6 drives where I think they netted something like 28 yards total. All right. But even as they went into the second half, there was a real lack of efficiency. And it was their third down play calling that kind of bailed them out on the 9-minute drive to start the second half, bailed them out a little bit on a couple of other drives later in the game. I went back and did some play charting, and on first or second down for the day outside of the 2-minute drill, they averaged like 3.3 yards per play on those 2 downs, which puts them in a lot of 3rd and 4s, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6s, and it bears out that teams aren't very successful on 3rd and medium. So Dave Canales talked about it on Thursday, becoming a little bit more efficient. He was pretty happy with their running game overall because they averaged over 4 yards per carry. Again, on first and second down, that wasn't the case. I'm trying to think, they averaged 3 yards per carry on first and second down throughout the game outside of the 2-minute drill. So that's really important because it's going to set a tone and it's going to make the defense feel even better. And it's going to put the pressure on Chicago to not get their running game going, right? And to potentially put things on Justin Fields' shoulders as a passer, which if the Bucs can do that on both the offensive and the defensive side of the ball, make Chicago feel like they have to win through the air, it's very advantageous for Tampa Bay. So I think that it's extremely important, to your point, that they get out to a faster start, that they are more efficient on first and second down, put themselves in advantageous third downs, or just stay out of third down altogether because they keep picking up first downs before they ever get there.
Yeah, that's something I kind of picked up on a little bit when the human Celsius, Dave Canales, started his press conference on Thursday. And he was, he was in a great mood. He was pretty hyped up, and he was like, "Yeah, we got some great third down calls ready." I'm like very excited about it. I'm thinking, don't you want to avoid third down completely? I actually think we have the video, so let's just play it.
Yeah.
Whew. Race Thursday. This is like the big hump day for us. The plan kind of starts to build up a little bit. How we doing? What we got?
Good. Stay fired up.
Oh yeah, excited. We got some cool stuff coming on third down. So yeah, I'm just excited to be able to play with our full first group, and really get those valuable reps. 2 minutes before the half, finishing the game in 4 minutes. So those situations, you don't all the time get a 2-minute situation in a game. You don't always get a 4-minute situation. So that was good teachable stuff on film. And I think for me, it was really good to just feel the guys on the sideline. And the biggest comment I'll make is like, this feels like a winning team. And this is, again, I said it before, but like there's a championship in the rearview mirrors. There's a lot of guys who were on that team. There was no panic early on, even with the slow start. The guys were just calm. They were like, okay, let's fix some stuff. Let's sit down, keep working. And then we just went on to the next drive, and it kind of stayed like that for a while as we figured things out.
You could just see the Pete Carrollness oozing off of,
right?
of Dave Canales when he goes in there. But yeah, I thought it was interesting when he was like, "Yeah, we got some good third down plays dialed up." I'm thinking, just get it on second down. Just get it on second down.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to avoid third down altogether, so it's good to be prepared for that. But I'm with you. He said some curious things. The other thing he said during that press conference is how they measure efficiency of their running game. Right?
Yes,
which
I was going to bring that up next.
Was very interesting because Canales defined an efficient run as one that gains 4 yards or more.
Yeah.
Okay? And in a lot of cases, I would agree with that. But I think that just being so general with it, it lacks a lot of context. I'll give you an example. If you're in 2nd and 10 and you run the ball for 4 yards, are you feeling good about being at 3rd and 6?
I don't feel great.
No, not at all. So I think that there's a lot more context. Now, for those who, and I know a lot of our viewers are not the biggest fan of football analytics, and most of them know that I am. In the analytics community, we define an efficient play as one on first down that gains at least half of the yards needed to create a new first down or to score, right? So most of the time you're on 1st and 10, that means 5 or more yards, whether it's a run or a pass. You want to get 5 or more yards. On second down, you want to gain 70% of the yards needed. So going back to the example I originally gave you, 2nd and 10, well, you would need to gain 7 yards to feel good about your third down situation from where you were at 2nd down, right? 3rd and 4th down, it's just gain 100% of the yards, right? So I think there's a lot of context that's required of there, and it goes both ways, right? So if you're on 2nd and 2 and you have a 3-yard run, you shouldn't be disappointed in that.
Mm-hmm.
Why? You just gained a first down, right? You turned it over. That's good, right? So I think that the context of the down and distance is really required to define a successful play, whether it's run or pass. So just being so vague about 4 yards per carry, and Canales talked about, well, we averaged over 4 yards a carry. And based on that 4 yards per carry, he was like, we were efficient on over 50% of our run calls. I take issue with that. I disagree with it. Their success rate was more high 30s, low 40s on 1st and 2nd down, given the context of the down and distance.
And I think the running game kind of got off to a difficult start. And you actually, I think, mentioned this on the post-game podcast last week, because it felt like the Bucs were out of rhythm at first because they threw it so much and there was a lot of incompletions. And that's kind of something that Canales talked about too, where he was like, yeah, we had a really slow start, but if you tweak a couple things, if Keith makes that first catch down the field, if Cade Otton made his big catch, if Mike, these were all early in the game, or at least in the first half, that changes a lot of things. And it even changes the momentum just with running the football as well. So yeah, the next thing we did want to talk about is the run game. And we already just discussed what Canales had to say. And part of the other thing was that he thought the O-line did a really good job, and it was kind of on Rachaad White to break a couple more tackles in the second level or hit the right hole. How do you see it?
I would agree with that overall. I think most of the offensive line was actually pretty solid in the run game. Fantastic as pass protectors. Luke Gedeke was solid as pass protector, I should say that. But the rest of the line was really good. But in the run game, Tristan Wirfs, Matt Filer, Cody Malk, I thought the three of them were really solid. I think the Achilles heel of the Bucs offensive line in the run game last week was Robert Hainsey. He got bullied. His footwork wasn't great. He missed some key blocks. He couldn't sustain some blocks. And I think that with an improved game from Hainsey, other things being equal, you will see an improvement from the run game. And I agree with Canales that, the running back, specifically Rachaad White, he did not have his best game from a vision standpoint. I don't think he picked the right holes on their mid-zone scheme in terms of where he should have attacked very well. And there was some timid runs on there. And then lastly, the Bucs tight ends, because they did try to run out of 12 personnel quite a bit. They ruined a lot of runs, right? Keith and especially Cade Otton. Cade Otton had a really, really bad day as a run blocker. So if you see an improvement from Hainsey and the tight ends, I think that right there is going to give a huge bump to the running game. You layer in Rachaad White, hopefully having a bounce back game, something closer to what we saw in the third preseason game. For the limited time he was in there, he was explosive. He was decisive. He chose the right gaps. I think you could see a much better run game, especially against this Bears front four.
And that's what I'm expecting. I'm not buying into the whole sky is falling narrative with Rachaad White. People are like, oh, should he even be the starter anymore? Like, let's settle down a little bit. I'm not going to pull an Aaron Rodgers. And I saw what you did there when you said Achilles heel, but I'm not going to pull.
Oh, I didn't even do it on purpose. Yeah. I'm so sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I just busted chops. But, Rodgers back in the day said, relax, RELAX, relax. Like, are we not forgetting that everyone was pounding the table for Rachaad White to get the football more last season? And everybody collectively is like giving up on Rachaad White because he had one mediocre game. Like, are we kidding? The team still won. The Bucs are still 1-0 and beat at least a team in the Vikings that's fairly talented and just kind of got in their own way. So let's not close the book on Rachaad White at all just yet. Even if he struggles in this game, I don't think you can close the book on him.
Yeah, I think
sounded like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think part of it, everybody's looking for the next big thing, right? And Chris and Sean Tucker, he very limited looks, but he had a couple of nice runs, a couple of missed tackles forced, some yards after contact. And that combined with some exciting plays in the preseason, not all of them counted, but the big touchdown run got negated. I think everybody's just really excited that they want to see more of him.
Yeah.
And that was Rashad last year, with Lenny as the starter. So I agree with you. I still think Rachaad White probably is the more complete, well-rounded back, especially in pass protection, which I think was an underrated aspect of his game last week. Keep in mind, the Vikings blitzed 55% of the time, and Baker Mayfield was only pressured on 9 of those dropbacks. And Rachaad White had a big part in that because he was picking up blitzers really well.
Yeah, I think he's pretty solid as a pass blocking running back, and who knows, maybe he'll get involved in the passing game a little bit more in today's game. We got a $5 super chat from Les Evans. Thank you, Les, who says Bucs win 31-17. Rashad goes over 100 yards with 2 rushing touchdowns. That would be a fantastic bounce back game for Rachaad White in that event. And those that picked him up in fantasy football would like that too. The last 2 things we want to talk about on offense for the Bucs. Obviously, they passed the test in terms of winning the turnover battle, or at least just for the offense not turning the football over. They actually won that turnover battle 3-0, but yet only won by 3 points. Does that just speak to the offense still trying to figure everything out, or is it the defense got away with a couple things too? Because a couple of those turnovers happened as the Vikings were moving the ball down the field. Like, how much should we look into winning the turnover battle but not kind of dominating the game?
Yeah, I think turnovers are heavily luck influenced, especially on a game-to-game basis, right? And I don't think any team should ever count our way to win this game is like a key tenet of it is forcing turnovers, right? They're opportunistic things. And over the course of a season, you can say we want to win the turnover battle through not turning the ball over ourselves. But in terms of like a defensive strategy, I never think that that's a winning formula, right? You want the process to be sound. And then through that, you foresee turnovers happening. If the Bucs didn't win the turnover battle last week, and some of it was unforced errors by the Vikings, I don't know if the Bucs win that game. I think that they have the talent to win a turnover-free game against the Bears this week. Let's say both teams don't turn it over. I think the Bucs win that game. Whereas last week, if both teams didn't turn the ball over, I think Minnesota ends up winning. So I think they're in a better position this week to weather some regression to the mean on the turnovers, if that makes sense.
Speaking of weather, the next topic we want to talk about is the Bucs will have a little bit of an advantage just in terms of it being scorching hot in Florida still, even though we're midway through September, or even further into September and going to October soon. Should the Bucs go a little more up-tempo with their offense to try to tire out the Bears a little bit? I mean, Dave Canales talked about doing body blow, haymaker. It seems like you can really use the weather to your advantage in this one, where in most cases, if it was a neutral site, you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I like that idea, and I think that they should use it on like the second or the third drive and just test the Bears' conditioning, right? First drive, you've got your script, right? That Canales has got worked up. You want to see how do they react to certain coverages, or I'm sorry, certain looks, certain personnel packages. How hard are they biting on the play action stuff? But then you get to that second or that third drive where you're like, okay, we've got a good idea of kind of how they're trying to play us on defense. Let's go ahead and see what they can do when they don't have time to kind of think through what we're doing. And I would love to see an up-tempo drive, like I said, second or third drive of the game. And then based on the success of that, maybe you go back to it a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm with you. I always like throwing in up-tempo here or there just to keep defenses off balance. I think with all the motion and the movement the Bucs have, adding one more little element into just kind of not messing with the Bears, but just throwing something else that teams have to identify and have in the back of their heads, I think can go a long way for this team. We're going to talk about the defense next when the Bucs are on defense, but that is brought to you by Eric Gross Group and Realty. Eric and Caitlin Gross, two of the best in the business with their Realty group. We like seeing from the Bucs when they go the extra mile, when they put in that extra effort, and that's exactly what Eric and Caitlin Gross do. We've had Eric on the show before. He's a huge football fan. So, if you want a realtor that you can trust, someone that is family-oriented, he's got a family of his own with children, so he can kind of identify with families and everyone that's looking for their dream home or looking to take that next big step in their lives. It's obviously one of the most important decisions that you can make is buying a home. So you want to have someone that you trust, someone that's going to give you an amazing home buying experience. And the Eric Gross Realty Group is the perfect place to do so if you're looking for your next home or your first home, or again, looking for someone that you want to chat about football with while you are going through this entire process. He loves the Buccaneers. He originally grew up in Florida. His dad was in the military as well. So just all around great people. Love every time that we've gotten to chat with Eric. So check out Eric Gross Group Realty, Eric and Caitlin Gross. You can find out more information on them at www.housesinfla.com. One more time, that's www.housesinfla.com. Tackle winning with your real estate goals with the Eric Gross Group. Also, their number is 513-907-4271 if you want to give them a call. One more time, 513-907-4271. The Eric Gross Group, who is the official realtor of PewterReport.com and the Pewter GameDay Show, also sponsoring when the Bucs are on defense. And I think so far, so good for the Bucs defense against the Minnesota Vikings. Obviously, a pretty talented offense. Yes, Justin Jefferson went off, but halftime adjustments were key for the Buccaneers defense. So looking at this matchup against the Bears, one of the first things you think about really is that running back room for the Chicago Bears with Roschon Johnson, with Khalil Herbert, two very talented running backs. And if the Bears are going to make noise in this game, it's going to come from that running back room. So, Josh, the importance of limiting the Bears ground game where, Herbert had 100 yards in 2021 when they were playing against the Bucs. Foreman won't be playing this game, but like we said, Roschon Johnson. Is this one of the biggest matchups for the Bucs defense?
I think it is. I think it very much is because, again, if it forces the Bears to go away from what they want to do, right? And I think the biggest thing that the Bucs need to do is they've got to make sure that their tackling is on point.
Yes.
Throughout the Todd Bowles Bucs experience, the tackling has been suspect for the Bucs, which makes it difficult for his spot drop cover 3 to be as effective as he plans it out to be, because it's very much predicated on we'll allow them to make a catch, but they can't gain any extra yards. And we've seen when the tackling isn't on and the opposing offensive playmakers are gaining yak, that's when the Bucs defense typically gets gashed. Last week, one missed tackle by the Bucs defense for the entire game.
Yeah.
It was an incredible performance from that standpoint. Roschon Johnson is a tackle breaking machine. Not quite to the level of Bijan, at Texas last year, but he was still, I want to say, top 10 in the country in terms of forced tackles, missed tackles forced. And you saw it a little bit against Green Bay on one of his runs last week. So Khalil Herbert is no slouch in that regard either. So I think that that's a big key, is wrapping up, because I feel confident, even with Kalijah Cansey out, I feel confident with the backup interior defensive linemen. They're a really good group of run stuffing defensive tackles. Deidrin Snott, Will Golston, Greg Gaines, all of these guys are really stout against the run, except maybe Logan Hall. And then, of course, you've got Vita Vea, the monster in the middle, right? So they're going to do a good job of plugging up those holes. And if Levante David and Devin White play like they did last week, they were incredible near the line of scrimmage. Devin White, career game. Shout out to Devin White as somebody who's been very critical of him. Very happy to give him his flowers from last week. As long as they and somebody like Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who's had his issues with wrapping people up, they can bring the ball carriers down. I think that they'll quickly push the Bears to a passing attack.
Yeah, one last thing about that D-line. First of all, you're spot on with Levante, but more specifically Devin White, get live 45. If Devin White plays like he did last game, I think at worst, the Bucs will be a top 10 defense this season, at worst. But you mentioned Logan Hall. What was your thoughts about his performance in week 1? Because whatever happens with this Kalijah Cansey injury, who knows how long he'll be out for. But Logan Hall, for better or for worse, is going to have to play a bigger role on the defensive line for the Bucs.
Yeah, he had one good tackle for a loss early in the game, and I think that kind of clouded a lot of people because it was a standout play, right? I think that clouded a lot of people's assessment of his game overall. In addition to that, I think he had maybe 2 good pass rushes, above average pass rushes. I won't say fantastic. And then he got knocked on his ass a bunch. He's still having trouble. He bulked up over the offseason. You can see that. He still has trouble playing with enough leverage because he's so long and still fairly lean at, 305 pounds at this point. If he doesn't use his length properly, he can easily allow offensive linemen to kind of get in his chest and just push him wherever they want him to go. And that was something that happened a decent amount against the Vikings last week. So he's got to get the leverage thing down. And until he does, he's going to be a liability more often than not.
All right, fair enough. It remains to be seen what Logan Hall can do next for this team. But I think the other biggest matchup to look at really, or the biggest key component for the Bucs defense against the Bears offense is to make Justin Fields a throwing quarterback. Keep him in that pocket. Obviously, Todd Bowles discussed at length how difficult it is because of the speed that Justin Fields has. But it sounds like this is going to be a collective effort to keep Justin Fields throwing that football over and over and over. I feel like the Bucs have contained mobile quarterbacks fairly well in recent seasons when they've gone up against them, like Lamar Jackson last season. But can they do it today with the very quick Fields?
I think it'll be a test because, and I think a lot of it comes down to how the Bears attack the Bucs, because last year there were RPOs, there was, quarterback power. There were a lot of plays designed for Fields to run the ball. That was almost nowhere on their tape last week. It was frankly surprising. And I would say downright egregious when you have Justin Fields as your quarterback. And I'm not saying every other play needs to be something where he's going to pull the ball and run it. But I want to say there may have been 2 plays all game where there was an RPO attach or some type of, we're going to design the run, right, for Fields. And that is probably his biggest strength right now in that offense. So for them to not lean into it at all is an egregious mistake, and one that Bucs fans should hope that the Bears make a second week in a row. The dangerous side of that is that means then if he does run it, it's because a play broke down, and there's a good chance that there was a lane, which is probably when he can be his most dangerous, because that's when the defense isn't necessarily at that point in the play prepared for him to run. So that can make it really dangerous, right? Go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is I think is at least the most fearful thing in terms of containing Justin Fields is sometimes, obviously we know Todd Bowles is going to blitz. Sometimes you make that pocket collapse, and then this is where we've had the issue with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and things like that, where you get your arm around the quarterback, but he's able to shake free, And then there's all chaos, and that's where Justin Fields can kind of just get out in space and be good to go because no one's around him anymore after that initial pocket presence. So that's definitely something I would think of that's a little worrisome.
Yep, and that's where I think JTS and Devin White are maybe two of the most critical players on the front seven, right?
Yeah.
Because for JTS, it's that, okay, wrap up or make sure that you don't kill your lane, right? And just give him all sorts of room. And for Devin, it's, not over pursuing, right? And letting him get a cutback. And all of a sudden he's got days of room. So those I think are really, really critical. Now, if the Bears lean into kind of more the design runs, I think the Bucs are prepared for that and that they can contain Fields through that. And I'm sure they're game planning for it, even if it wasn't on the Chicago tape last week.
Last thing for the Bucs defense against the Bears offense. It felt like the Bears last week, just from watching, struggled when Green Bay was blitzing against them. We know Todd Bowles is a blitzing guru. How often would you be sending the blitz against Chicago in today's game?
40 to 45% of the time. Like I would be very aggressive with it. And straight up the middle and have JTS and Shaq kind of set the edges to prevent Fields from trying to move outside the pocket. I would test the interior of that offensive line, especially with Nate Davis not playing now. I don't think it's a very good interior offensive line. And I don't think that the Bucs at this point, I don't trust the Bucs to get home with 4, even against a subpar O-line. They just haven't, and they've lost, potentially their best pass rusher in Kalijah Kancey. And I understand that that's off of a very small sample size and his college tape, but he potentially is their best pass rusher at this point, and they're without him. Shaq's still coming back. He had a solid game last week, not a difference-making one. JTS had a solid game last week, not a difference-making one. At this point, I think Vita Vea is probably their best pass rusher at this moment, considering the matchups, right? So I would blitz a heavy amount and high risk, high reward on those.
I like it. I probably would too. I mean, Todd Bowles, no one can dial up blitzes like him. Let's talk about some of the key matchups for the Bucs offense against the Bears defense, but it is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. And obviously Underdog has their pick'ems going on right now. You still have some time to make those in. You just got to pick at least 2, one from each team. And you pick the higher or lower on certain stats on whatever players you want to choose from. They have Patrick Mahomes in that example, but of course you could do it for Bucs versus Bears. The more you pick, the more chances you have to win. They also have pick'em insurance as well. So let's just say you make 4 picks and you hit 3 out of those 4. If you use the insurance and you get 3 of 4 or 2 of 4, you can still win money. Where if you just didn't do the insurance and you picked 4 and 3 got right, you wouldn't win anything. So Underdog Fantasy got a ton of great games and in-season tournaments you can do. Their rivals are great picks as well. And also I got my show every Friday coming out that is called Pewter Picks and Props. I went 5-2 on my NFL picks last week, looking to improve that number this week. And I picked 9 NFL games. Of course, the Bucs game as well with the spread and the over-under, which I went 2-0 on last week, by the way.
Very successful week for you, bud.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let's get into these matchups as we got 15 minutes before kickoff. The first one we're looking at is Dave Canales against Bears head coach / now calling the plays today. So the defensive caller, Matt Eberflus. Josh, who you got in this one?
I will take Canales.
Okay.
So I think the halftime adjustments that the offense made last week was very encouraging. I think that the Bears defense really lacks the talent to keep up with the Bucs offense. And so I think Canales will lean into that. He'll get his playmakers the ball. And I think the Bucs offense scores like 30 points.
Yeah, I mean, I put it in my Pewter prediction, which you can read, and we'll talk about it soon. I said I think the Bucs are going to score 30 points in this game. I think as bad as they were last week early on. They're going to correct a lot of those mistakes. And the more games they play, the more comfortable Canales is going to be as an offensive coordinator, as a play caller, and a situational play caller, which obviously is going to come up each and every single game. So I'm going to take Canales in this one. The next one is Luke Gedeke, the Bucs starting right tackle, against defensive end Yannick Ngakoue. By the way, Underdog fans, use the promo code Pewter, Pewter, to get a deposit bonus at Underdog. Josh, not going to lie, I'm picking Yannick Ngakoue in this one. I know the Bears don't really have too many pass rushers. He's probably their best of the group. He did have a sack last week. I am encouraged by what Gedeke was able to do in the first game, but I'm not completely sold just because of one good performance. Now, if he comes out and kicks ass again, then I may change my tune, but for the time being, I'm going to go with a Yannick Ngakoue.
Okay. I'm going to go the other side on a technicality.
Okay.
I'm not convinced Ngakoue will be playing the left side very much.
I
think you see him more on the right side lined up against Tristan Wirfs. So if he does end up on the left side against Gedeke, I think it comes down to moments. He'll beat Gedeke twice in the game. Okay. And I think the big thing at that point comes, what are the moments that he beats Gedeke? Because Ngakoue, the MO on him at this point in his career is he's going to have a couple, 2, maybe 3 really good pass rushes. He's going to get his ass kicked and run defense. And he's going to take a lot of plays off. And I think that's part of the reason why he's always available in late July, early August. And he's always getting 1-year deals, right? Because long-term, that's just not a guy you really want. And it's only to kind of cover up if you've really got some lackluster pass rushers on your team at the end of the summer. So I'll take Gedeke on a technicality.
I think you have very sound reasoning with everything you just said. This next matchup, quarterback Baker Mayfield. Let Baker bake. Can Baker bake in the very hot weather today against Bears free safety Eddie Jackson? Josh, who you got with this one?
I'm going to take Jackson. I think he gets Mayfield for a pick.
Ooh, okay. So you're predicting the first turnover for the Bucs today going against Eddie Jackson.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a push in this one, actually.
That's a good play.
Because Jackson, I think, is talented. Obviously, he's been a ball hawk in his career. He can take the ball away. But with Tampa Bay being a little more horizontal with an emphasis on holding onto the football, I don't know how many opportunities Jackson's going to have to make the big play. Now, is it a loss if he doesn't get an interception or a turnover? No, I don't necessarily think so. I just don't think Baker's going to be in too much of a harm's way. And I think there's a number of different avenues for the Bucs to kind of decimate the Bears, whether it's a great ground game, whether it's picking the middle of the field in the slot with Godwin and Evans. So there's more than one ways that the Bucs are going to win. And I think it's going to be a push in this one. Next matchup, Mike Evans against Bears cornerback Tyreek Stevenson. Josh, it's got to be Mike Evans, right?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Stevenson's a talented corner. I liked him coming out of Miami. I thought the Bears made a good pick with him. I'm not surprised that he's already turned himself into a starter. With that said, I think my Evans still wins the physical matchup, and I think his savviness and just everything that makes Mike Evans a potential Hall of Famer is going to shine against a guy making his second NFL start for a position that, in my opinion, is one of the 3 hardest positions on the field to play. That quarterback, middle linebacker. It's difficult to win against wide receivers in today's NFL as a corner, especially with how the rule changes have really shifted the playing field towards the wide receivers.
When we talked to Jacob Infante last week on the show, he was saying that while Stevenson is a good player, the Bears haven't used him in the right way based on what his skill set is. So that's obviously concerning if you're a Bears fan. And like I said, how many times this year are you going to take the cornerback that's guarding Mike Evans? Not too often. So I'm going with Mike in this one. And for the last battle, Bucs offense against Bears defense, Rachaad White versus Tremaine Edmonds. Josh, what do you have between this battle?
push. I think push. Yeah, I'm going to go push. White is talented. Edmonds got a big contract for good reason. Physically, he is a bigger version of Devin White. And I think as a run-stopping linebacker, he's one of the better ones in the NFL. White may even the odds, or should even the odds, on some screens, maybe some angle routes, things like that, where Edmonds is forced to cover him, where I think that's where his deficiencies show up a little bit more. And that is one of the strengths to Rachaad White's game. So I'll say a push there.
I'm going to go with a push as well. Let's head on over to the other side of the ball, the Bucs defense against the Bears offense. Get Live 45, Devin White versus quarterback Justin Fields. I'm going to ride the momentum of Devin White. I'm going to choose to believe that Devin White can continue a great start to the season. Obviously, he had 12 tackles last week. We know he's got speed, but can he contain it the right way? I think he's able to spy Justin Fields really well, and I'm taking Devin White in this one.
I'm going to also take White for very many of the same reasons that you did, and I'm going to add in that the Bears' offense last week looked like a mess. Fields and Getsy weren't on the same page. The things that were working, they rarely went back to. He's gun shy to hit his open reads. I just think Justin Fields is spinning out of control based on the situation there in Chicago. And I have no clue who's to blame. All I know is it's going to work to Devin White and the Bucs defense's advantage.
Okay, next up, we got the Bucs front seven versus the Bears 2 running backs, obviously with Herbert and Johnson. While the Bears running back room is still really talented, the Bucs have said since training camp that one of their key goals is to get back to that fierce run-stopping defense that made them so great over the past couple of seasons, except for last year. So I'm going to trust the Bucs defense. I think Vita Vea is going to get the most out of playing against the Bears' interior defensive line. And the Bucs know if they stop that run game, that takes out like half of the Bears' offense. So I'm going to take the Bucs front seven in this one.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a winning formula for the entire season, but I think it works really well against this for this particular matchup. And I agree with you. I'll go with the Bucs front seven, a lot of which has to do not with the Bears running backs themselves, but because that offensive line is still a work in progress. And I think the Bucs run stuffers and their linebackers are going to be able to eat against the Bears offense.
Okay, let's get through the last couple of these because we're getting that much closer to kickoff. We're 6 minutes away from kickoff. Chris Isian against Darnell Mooney. I loved what Isian did in week 1. Obviously, it's a little worrisome. He's coming off of a concussion. Mooney, I like what he can do as a wide receiver. I have him on one of my fantasy teams, and I think if Chicago actually throws the ball, he's very capable of making plays. So I'm going to pick Darnell Mooney in this one.
I'm going to go the same. I think a lot of people forget Darnell Mooney was the Bears' number 1 receiver last year before they went out and got DJ Moore in the offseason. And while I think he was misappropriated in that role, he wasn't like just erased week to week. So you put him as the number 2 behind DJ Moore. You put him in the slot against an undrafted free agent. Yes, Isian had a really great game, and maybe he proves me wrong again, but I still will take the proven commodity of Mooney over the still unproven commodity of Isian.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Zion McCollum versus Chase Claypool. I mean, if we're just talking about an effort standpoint, it's Zion McCollum all day and twice on Sunday. I think Zion McCollum has grown leaps and bounds just from confidence, straight up confidence. And if his play on special teams is any indicator of what he can do now as a corner, I know it's risky, but I'm going to take Zion in this one.
Yeah, if that is the matchup for the day, I'll take Zion as well. Claypool, I don't know if you remember this, Matt. They were talking about him as like the next Calvin Johnson when he came out of college. That is not the case.
Yeah.
And, last week, I think my mother would have been better out on the field than him just because my mother will try at anything she's asked to do. And Chase Claypool apparently will not. I fear that matchup won't happen very often. I think that the Bears will put DJ Moore on McCollum as much as they can and force that matchup. But if it does end up being McCollum versus Claypool, I'll take McCollum. He's got the size to match up with Claypool. He's got better speed. and he's obviously more engaged in the game than Claypool is at this point in their careers.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things you can control. That's attitude and effort, and Chase Claypool showed poor.
Neither.
Neither. Yeah. The last matchup, very exciting one, and a bit of a rematch from last season when the Bucs obviously played Carolina. It's Jamel Dean against wide receiver DJ Moore, who's now with the Bears. I like everything about Jamel Dean. I think he's top corner, even though last week's game was a little bit more about Carlton than Jamel. But based on what DJ Moore did against the Bucs last season is why I'm taking him. And you add on top of the fact that he wasn't involved at all last week for Chicago. I think they're going to overcompensate for that. Very much the way that the Bucs did it with Mike Evans last season after Mike didn't get the ball much in the second half against the Steelers, and then they chucked it around to him all day against the Carolina Panthers, ironically, when DJ Moore was the one scoring touchdowns. So I'm going to go with DJ Moore in this one.
Yeah, I think when they're matched up against each other, I'll take a push.
Okay.
I think what Moore does well, I mean, he's brilliant after the catch, but Dean's a really good – he's one of the best cornerbacks in the league at tackling. So I think they kind of negate each other there. I'll just kind of bring it back to I'm not sure how much they're going to be lined up unless Todd Bowles goes and does something that he doesn't often do, which is allow Dean to trail more. But if they continue to go with this is my side, that's your side, I think Moore lines up against McCollum much more often. I'm trying to see last year in Carolina, DJ Moore had 3 targets against when Jamel Dean was in coverage, had 1 catch for 10 yards and a first down. So Dean did pretty good in those situations. And I could see that happening. It's kind of one of those you mentioned earlier in terms of like a boxing matchup, right? Where each one's going to get their shots in.
We got a super chat from Robbie Gordon. Thank you very much for the $3.33 super chat. Robbie says, very, very concerned about Zion in coverage. I think it's warranted based on what he did last year, but I'm telling you, and it's training camp. It's not, it's not in the games, but he had a great training camp. He looked pretty good in the preseason, and then obviously he's got off to a good start, at least on special teams. So, yeah, it's probably one of the biggest weaknesses, at least for this game, and that's always going to happen with not having Carlton Davis in there. But hold out a little bit of hope for Zion McCollum. Before we get going with the live in-game reaction and analysis, let's look at our Pewter previews and predictions. Scott Reynolds. Everyone is 1-0 except for me. I'm the only one that picked the Bucs to lose last week against the Vikings. Make fun of me all you want. So everyone's 1-0 except for me. We all have the Bucs winning today. Scott Reynolds has them going 26-13. Bailey has the Bucs winning 30-14. Josh, you have it 34-10. Adam Sly Slavon has it 27-16. And I also think it's going to be a blowout. Bucs winning 35-14. Josh, biggest key you are looking for in this game?
I'm going to go with something a little non-obvious, but I'm going to say Bears nose tackle Andrew Billings against Bucs center Robert Hainsey. We mentioned it earlier on the pod that Hainsey did not have a great game last week. He needs to bounce back. Billings was one of the few bright spots for the Bears against the Packers last week. So that's a matchup that I'm going to be watching for early and often.
Awesome. Very, very, very great stuff from you, Josh. But you know what? Josh and I aren't going anywhere as the game is about to kick off for the Pewter GameDay Show. You can stick right here on our YouTube channel. We're going to watch every single play with live reactions, analysis. The reactions is the funnest part because you don't know what's going to happen next except for the NFL script writers. So we never know what they're going to come up with next. By the way, we're going to do it again next week on Monday night. It's the Pewter GameDay Show. Next week, the Bucs play against the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2-0 Philadelphia Eagles at home in Tampa on Monday Night Football. Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus Philadelphia Eagles. That show will start at 6:15, and the in-game reactions will start at 7:15. But it's time to get it going for Bucs versus Bears. The home opener for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to be an absolutely great time. let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The Pewter Game Day Show live reactions. Welcome, everybody, to the Pewter Report Game Day Show, live in-game analysis, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. Let's hear from our friends at Celsius. That's right. It's game day, baby. Make sure you go to Celsius.com. Check out all the great flavors they have where you can pick them up. Celsius, make Celsius your number one pick. I'm Matt Matera here with Josh Capo, PewterReport.com. The Bucs are getting the ball first after the Bears won the toss and decided to defer. Now, Josh, we need to sync up our TV, so let me know what you just saw.
I just saw the kickoff. Baker is running out on the field. He's pointing at a bunch of stuff.
Okay, cool. So I just saw the first play. Let me know after the play is done when they start showing the Bucs offense. Tell me when you see the Bucs offensive line on the ticker tape.
Okay, will do.
If that makes sense.
All right.
And hello to all the people.
Yeah, I was going to say I'll just call the first play then since you're frozen on it or after it. Otten in motion. Baker hands off to Rachaad White, makes a little move, falls forward, about a 3-yard gain. So, Matt, I know you're a wrestling fan. You can go ahead and hit play now.
Cool.
I know you're a wrestling fan. I saw something on Twitter. Titus O'Neil is on the Bucs pirate ship firing up the crowd pregame. Are you a Titus O'Neil fan?
Yeah, he's cool. I mean, he's more of like an ambassador now at this point. He does a lot of great things for like the community and stuff like that. But yeah, he was a good wrestler. I like that he represents Tampa well. Baker Mayfield nearly picked off in his second pass or his first passing attempt of the game. Bit of an odd camera angle there. Did you watch that too?
Yeah, it's so I being out of market, I'm in Atlanta. I have the NFL Sunday game ticket, and it is
gotcha.
Freezing up quite a bit at the moment. So I saw it glitching. I thought for a second there it was a pick, and I'm currently frozen. So I'm going to ask you to kind of carry me right now.
Yeah, no problem. 3rd and 8 for the Bucs. Baker in shotgun. He's got 3 receivers to his left, Kate Otten being one of them. Baker looking to his right, throws. It's complete to an open Chris Godwin, who makes the catch, lowers the shoulder, and gets out of bounds as well. That is a first down for Tampa Bay. Nicely done by Chris Godwin. Let's see. He was one-on-one. Just a quick little, honestly, like button hook type of route. Just about 7 yards down the field.
So now I'm a full play behind you again. So I'm getting that right now.
Okay. When they show the slow motion replay of Chris Godwin, right after they show the replay and cut back to the offense, let me know when you see that.
Okay, we'll do.
I'm at 14:07. Oh,
no, go ahead.
I'm at 14:07 on the clock in the first quarter. So I guess
there's the slow-mo Baker throwing it, Godwin catching. Just got pushed out of bounds by Tyreek Stevenson, and now they're about to go with the next play.
Awesome. I just hit play. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, a little
look at that, razzle dazzle.
Around to Devin Tompkins. Tompkins heads up the field and gets a first down. Some nice blocking by Chris Godwin as well, who obviously is a great blocker. You're already seeing the creativity and the motion of a Dave Canales offense. Out in space too. Took him a while to finally block someone, but and
they got Tremaine Edmonds kind of going in the wrong direction, and he ended up playing Chase rather than getting to the spot before
Yeah.
the player running the ball. So it's good. It's a nice welcome change from some of the tried and true of Byron Leftwich.
Yeah. All right, they go play action. Baker looking, gets the pass off to Rachaad White, but Rachaad White literally just made something out of nothing. So
it's a positive though. From last week when he seemed very timid behind the line of scrimmage, you saw him just kind of put his head down. He pushed forward. He created 2 yards when he might have lost 1 or 2. So I'd say that's a positive to start the game here in terms of his decisiveness and just running hard.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with it. All right, 2nd and 7. By the way, I know not everyone's TVs are synced up with ours, so if you're ahead of us as Rachaad runs it on 2nd down, goes up the middle.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, looks like it got ripped out of the hands as they cut to the sideline reporter, Pam Oliver, but it's a big moment in the game early on. I think the camera should get back to what's going on the field. No disrespect to Pam Oliver.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's coming off the field. In the background, it appears the Bucs are lining up for another play. So I think the Bears got a little premature with their celebration.
Gotcha. Okay. 3rd and short. They run it with Rachaad up the middle. 1st down, Tampa Bay. A late penalty, but we'll see what the flag is. I thought that was a great push from the offensive line.
Yeah, early returns there look good. White's getting some holes. He's pushing through it. They seem to be dictating, the physicality. So this is what Bucs fans would hope to see and what I was expecting to see in terms of the trench play.
Looks like a holding penalty on looks like a holding penalty on Cody Mauch. I was trying to read the lips of the referee. That'll make it 3rd and 11. By the way, what I was trying to say before, I know not everyone's TVs are going at the same speed. So if you're behind us, I would just, or if we're ahead of you, just pause us for a little bit until we're synced up with how you're watching it. If you're ahead of us, maybe try to refrain from giving away some spoilers until we announce it. But either way, appreciate everybody that's watching with us. As Bakerson's shotgun looking over the middle, it is caught by Mike Evans, getting closer and closer to that 1,000-yard season at 66 in week 1. So hopefully a better performance in this one.
Yep, Bears ran a backside blitz. Looked like their linebacker came off. I guess technically Baker's strong side, so he's able to find Evans there on his backside.
I feel like if Mike could have stayed up too, he would have had a little more chance to head down the field. Because
he likes to
Bears
fall.
Yeah, he does. And the Bears defender slipped at the end too.
Overall, this drive is going very well versus
last
week. Oh, look at that.
Chase Edmonds with his first opportunity makes some cuts up the field, and that's a 1st down on 1st down. Chase Edmonds with arguably the best run by a Bucs running back this season.
That's awesome. So let's see. Just a really great cutback on that mid-zone scheme and was able to find a nice little crease and get upfield. Didn't happen twice in a row, though.
Didn't work on the second play, but that's all right. You're not going to be perfect 100% of the time. But the Bucs are in the red zone, ladies and gentlemen. They are booking it. And this is what we talked about, Josh, did we not? Getting off to a fast start, setting the tempo right away. They've been doing it.
Absolutely. And then you see this close-up of the big run, and you see that fiery red hair flowing as it comes across the screen. Harkens back to just an awesome Buck in terms of Ryan Jensen. And you hope he gets well soon.
Yeah, and he has been around the facility, which has been nice. All right, Baker shotgun looking, pump fake, throwing down the field. He's got him. Oh, Godwin could not come down with the catch.
And look at Jaquan Brisker throwing some shade at Chris Godwin for the bobble. I'm not sure if you caught that after the fact, but you see, he's like
briefly. Yeah, Chris Godwin should have had. I think this is just my guess. He was just maybe a little too focused on keeping his feet in bounds.
Yeah, which even if he had caught it, it didn't look like he was going to be able to land them both.
All right, 3rd and 12 for Tampa Bay.
This feels like a big play, just in terms of setting a tone.
Baker has time, throws over the middle. It's caught by Chris Godwin, short of the yard marker. That'll make it 4th down. Let's see if Todd Bowles stays aggressive, but it looks like the field goal is coming on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have such a visceral reaction to that.
No, that's fine.
Uh,
So Chase McLaughlin, fresh off a 57-yard field goal.
Perfect last week.
Yeah. A chip shot, 26-yarder. And the kick is good. Bucs are up 3-0, starting out with a lead. Nicely done.
So overall, your thoughts on the first drive? Positive, right?
Very positive. I loved what we saw from the offensive line. I thought they got a great push, a couple of great runs. I'm not going to let one negative run tell the story of everything else that went on. Great job by the offensive line protecting Baker. A little too many 3rd and long situations, but penalties kind of dictated that a slight bit. Overall, good, not great, but I like the direction that the Bucs are going in. Bucs fans, Pewter people, please feel free to give your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think you noted something that we didn't really get into in the pregame, which is how can penalties affect the game? Nothing gets you off script faster than penalties. The Bucs had to deal with, what was it, 1? I think it was just 1. So you hope that that's the last one that they see for at least 2 or 3 drives.
Yeah, appreciate everyone in the comments. MJRVI says a better throw, and that's a touchdown, but great drive to start. And Inochi and 7 starting the day with violence, saying, "Screw you, old man Brady. Hello, Baker." I was expecting that. Dennis George said it was a decent drive. Tall Florida guy, bad throw by Baker's cost us a touchdown. Tall Florida guy, if you were the one going after that pass because you're so tall, would you have been able to catch it and stay in bounds? Just curious. And the angle with the other type of thought process says if you got your hands on it, you have to come down with it. This is why Godwin is paid $20 million.
Yeah, I'll disagree on that one, Angle. Even if he came down with it, his feet wouldn't have been in bounds. Like, he was just too far into the sideline.
MJRVI says play calling looking rejuvenated, kind of like getting rejuvenated from having a Celsius energy drink, the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay Show. Sparkling lemon lime is fantastic, as Josh opens up a Celsius at the moment. What do you got there? Strawberry lemonade?
Strawberry lemonade. Yeah, that
Very
and
nice.
Peach Vibe are my 2 go-tos.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite flavors. Can't go wrong with any of them. The Arctic Vibe, Peach Vibe, so many great flavors. The Cosmic Vibe is their newest one. If you want to get them in bulk, get the variety packs, Variety Spice of Life. Have it sent to your residents every week, month, quarterly, or yearly. Just make sure you're having Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast, PewterReport.com, and the Pewter GameDay Show. As Josh's favorite player, Jake Camarda, kicks the ball into the end zone for a touchback. Well done by
absolutely
Jake Camarda.
Beautiful. Yep, beautiful. So
we shall see. Yeah,
I had my prediction at 34-14. I think is what I had it.
We can pull it up actually. Let's go to the tape, 14. As they say. You had it 34-10.
But looking at the Chicago jersey, and I know some people are a fan of this uniform, I'm upping it to 37-10 just because I hate this orange on white.
Bucs immediately blitz Antoine Winfield Jr. on the first play, but Justin Fields stays in the top pocket and hits, who would have thought, DJ Moore across the middle. So DJ Moore, not necessarily across the middle, but yeah, it's over the middle. Moore still giving the Bucs fits a year later.
Yep. He had Jamel Dean in coverage there. Looked like it was cover 3, and Dean just didn't close enough ground. Moore found a nice soft spot in the zone, grabbed it. And one of the things that the Bears playmakers have is the ability to gain a lot of yards after catch. You and I talked a little bit about it in the pregame in terms of the Bucs have got to stop that with some sound tackling and just staying on top of those receivers.
And this is the idea that the Tampa Bay was drawing up when they wanted to keep Justin Fields in the pocket with an incomplete pass to the right side, setting up a 2nd and 10.
You see the script for the Bears offense, that offensive line. Braxton Jones had a decent first year last year. You've got right guard Jater Carter, who's filling in for Nate Davis. Right, Darnell Wright, we were all about Darnell Wright in the offseason, potentially as a Bucs best bet at right tackle.
Fields running on this play. Nice job by Joe Tryanchenko. Obviously not letting him get too far up the field. Stuck with it.
Yep. And that's the RPOs that the Bears didn't have in their game script last week, right? So Fields tucked it, I think it was Khalil Herbert, kind of run out there. And then he himself took it. That was nowhere in the tape last week. So looks like Luke Getsy went back and saw how abysmal the game plan was and has made some corrections.
All right, 3rd and 5. Bears are at the Bucs about 36, 37. Remember, as the TV showed, no Carlton Davis, no Kalijah Cansey. Bucs send a blitz off the edge. Bears pick it up pretty well, and it's completed to none other than DJ Moore, who's going all the way down the sidelines and ends up at the 5-yard line. So Bucs sending the blitz, but not able to get home again, and Justin Fields takes advantage of it. Devin White tried. Devin White tried to get a hand on the football and dove, but when he missed it, that obviously opened up the lanes for DJ Moore.
Yeah, that was a tough play. You can't really blame White there. Trying to get to the flat. He did everything he could. That was really more of a schematic issue that the Bears were able to take advantage of with a good play call that got Moore in space.
Bears hand it off to Herbert, moving up the middle. He'll be down at the 1.
Bears offensive line created a nice hole for him. You have to think that Roshan Johnson comes in here with his big frame.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Looks like Herbert's still in. 2nd and goal from the 1 with 6:25 to go in the first quarter. Bucs lead 3-0, but can they keep that 3-0 lead? Fields scrambles out to the right. He's going to walk in. Nobody home for the Bucs. Justin Fields gets a rushing touchdown, and the Bears take a 6-3 lead.
Yeah, Anthony Nelson was trying to play contain there. I almost think there might have been a hold on the Bears tight end, dragging him to the ground, but looks like the refs didn't see it that way.
Yeah, a bit odd the way that the tight end fell down and kind of dragged Anthony Nelson with them. Ryan Shaw says, this game should be a free win. The Bears are awful.
Well, that's one of the things with 1 week predictions. You only have a very small sample size. The Bears have a lot of talent at the playmaker positions. And if offensive coordinator Luke Getsy can get them in the right spots to get to some of the things that they should be able to do well, which he did on this drive, you can see that they can put up some points. So, but overall, I agree with that assessment. They are awful. All right, pressure's back on the Bucs offense now.
That's fine. I mean, again, the name of the game is just to score 20 points because as bad as that first drive was, I don't see that being a narrative for the rest of the game. We know the Bucs MO, 17 points or less. Now, they're not off to the best start with 7, but adjustments will be made throughout. Maybe Todd Bowles calls off the dogs a little bit and doesn't blitz as much if Fields is reading it well enough, and the Bucs or the Bears offensive line is picking it up well enough. That could change. How's morale, Pewter people?
It's a dangerous question to ask right now, isn't it?
Who said Fields can't throw? Will the Brewer? That was Wayne. Will the Brewer says that was ugly all around. Got to contain on the edge. Unreasonable things. You're back. That's nice defense.
I was the one who said Fields can't throw. Like, I'll own that. It's been his MO in the pros. In college, he was a fantastic. Like, nobody expected him to be as good of a runner as he was last year. His college scouting report was that he was actually a really good passer, and it just didn't bear out last year. So you have to go off of a decent sample size from last year. Is that just he didn't feel comfortable? Looked a lot more comfortable on this drive.
MJRVI says this game is going to be a shootout. Well, interesting that you said that, because if you watched my show, Pewter Picks and Props, some of the picks I made included the quarterbacks both hitting higher than the on the passing yards that they had. Sorry, I'm moving around a couple of things here. I had Justin Fields higher than 175.5 passing yards. I also had Baker Mayfield higher than 208.5 passing yards. I think that number had jumped up a little bit after I took it. But nonetheless, I felt that Baker was going to be able to take advantage of the Bears offense. And obviously with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, Justin Fields, I took the over in his passing yards strictly because there is a thing called garbage time. And if the Bears were going to go down by a lot, they were still going to have to move the ball. And by not allowing the big play down the field, Todd Bowles would concede a lot of dinks and dunks and everything underneath, but that still racks up the passing yards. So that was my thought process behind the higher passing yards for Justin Fields and Baker Mayfield. Use the promo code Pewter, PEWTER, and get a deposit with Underdog Fantasy. I'll tell some of my other picks later on.
Yeah, I'll get to mine as well.
Yes, please do. Rashad White starts off this drive quite well with about a 7-8 yard run. So Bucs offense kind of picking up right where they left off, as long as there's no penalties, with a solid run game.
Yeah, actually, I'll get to one of my picks now because it's pertinent. I had Rashad White higher than 54.5 rushing yards on my underdog pick. I went with 3 picks, and that was one of my 3. So
nice.
He's off to a good start for me, making a little bit of money.
I also had him as a anytime touchdown scorer.
Ooh.
So I hope he gets the ball when they're in the red zone. White goes up the middle. We'll get him about a yard short. 3rd and 1 coming up. Wow, Colts are already up 14-0 on the Houston Texans.
You know, Anthony Richardson, I know the Colts lost last week, but I thought he played very well. I was very impressed. I mean, they didn't ask him to do a ton. I think it was the perfect game plan for him. He was my QB1 in this draft, and it's nice to see that. And I think he went to a great spot with Indy. Nice to see that things apparently are going well for him through 1 1/4 starts.
They run it again on 3rd down, and that's a 1st down for Rashad White. I like this comment from What, who says, watching us run and not get stuffed every single time is so beautiful. And Eater says that the O-line is the brightest spot so far. I think that's pretty fair.
Yep. And them and White, right? Because White did not have a good game last week. And he's hit the right holes and picked up some really good yards. Him and Edmonds together have been pretty effective.
There is an injury to a Bears player at the moment, but this gives us some time to give a shout-out to Les Evans, who said, I predicted Rashad to go over 100 yards in the Super Chat. Yes, you did during the Pewter GameDay Show. You said over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, so I really hope you're right.
I think most Bucs fans really hope he's right as well.
Malek Barry says, Bahari says, I'm super happy that the Bucs are playing good. Go Bucs. By the way, if you enjoyed the Pewter Game Day stream, if you're liking what Josh and I are doing on this show, Pewter Report will be having the Pewter Game Day Show. Once again, that is coming up next week. It'll be on Monday as the Bucs play against the Philadelphia Eagles. So that'll be on Monday Night Football starting at 6:15 with the game going on at 7:15.
So it looks like Jaquan Brisker is going to be out for at least a little bit. Strong safety out of Penn State. My best friend is an alumnus of Penn State, so I'm sure he's not thrilled to see that.
Yeah. Run to Sean Tucker on first down. Doesn't go anywhere. And Shaggy saying, hit that thumbs up. Yeah, please like and subscribe to PewterReport.com and Pewter Report TV.
Looks like the Seahawks and the Lions picking up right where they left off last year with a score-a-thon.
Yeah, that's right. That game was crazy. Okay, 2nd and 10. Bucs in shotgun. They fake the handoff to Sean Tucker. Baker throws over the middle. It's caught by Chris Godwin. Up the field, gets to about over the 40. A nice big play action pass from Baker Mayfield to Chris Godwin.
Yeah, this is where Baker typically has his trouble is over the middle. You saw it, first play of the game, right? He almost throws the pick to Brisker. Brisker coming down in a robber roll. And going back to it, he's had a couple of throws here and did a good job of looking the safety to the slot receiver running a dig and then hitting Godwin right behind the safety on his own dig route.
Showing another injured Chicago Bears player.
The NFL is a war of attrition.
Yeah. And you throw in the temperatures here. I mean, again, Bucs can wear them down. Bucs practicing this every single day. You were out there. We were out there. It's not easy. It's literally not easy just physically standing and watching football, let alone playing and getting hit and running play after play after play.
So those two injured Bears, and this could be big for the Bucs going downfield. One of them was Eddie Jackson, their other safety.
Yeah.
So the Bears may be down to their backup two safeties, which would mean if I'm Dave Canales, I'm testing them over the top.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep. And then I think the other injury was to Rasheem Green, number 94. Okay. He's a backup edge rusher, defensive end.
2nd and 8 for Tampa Bay. Sean Tucker's still in the game at running back. Devin Tompkins on the field for this play. You got Mike on the left side. And I think Rakim Jarrett as well. Baker has all day to throw. Finds Cade Otton, who makes the catch, heads up the field, and gets a first down. My fantasy team will like that. Cade Otton's going back to bare hands. Oh! Alert! Cade Otton, no more gloves for him, at least in this game. Going back to his college days at Washington, where he went barehanded. I wonder why.
Revising my score prediction once again. Originally 34-10, 37-10 with the Bears uniforms. Otton, no gloves, 40-10. Going completely vibes.
I'm so curious why he's doing that.
I don't know.
Play action. Baker rolls out. Doesn't have the time. Avoids the sack. Still going. Heading up the field. Baker's going to scramble and get an 8-yard gain out of this. Oh, my goodness. The Angry Run Scepter winner last week dazzles by avoiding the sack of Yannick Ngakoue and heads up the field for an 8-yard gain. What a fantastic job by Baker Mayfield. This play, he was dead to rights.
Spin move, pirouette, just slipping and sliding out of tackles.
A little whoop, and got by him.
Just whoop, whoop. Oh, man. We were talking about, the Bucs need to be able to tackle Fields because he's slippery.
Yeah. Baker's going to do it again. Moving all over the place. He scrambles, he dives, lost his step, and gains about a yard. But Baker Mayfield looking like vintage Steve Young back in the day, running all over the field This has been absolutely crazy. Unfortunately, Jaquan Brisker is heading back to the tunnel, has a towel over his head. I don't know if he's just doing that because of the sun or if he's trying to block his disappointment over getting injured, but obviously not a good sign for Chicago. 3rd and 1 for Tampa Bay.
So I think you motion Godwin behind the tight end and run duo to the right. That's what the MO for the Bucs offense for the last 4 years was.
Yeah. False start penalty.
Oh, never mind.
Tristan Wirfs?
Ooh. And that may be something that you see a little bit more from Wirfs this year as he gets acclimated to the left side. A lot of people talk about how, you got to learn how to block, but just everything is just a little off where you have to think about it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see a few of these false starts from Wirfs throughout the year as he gets more and more acclimated and comfortable with the left side.
That is it for the first quarter. Bucs will have a 3rd and 6 when they come back after the break. Bears lead 7-3, but the Bucs are driving. They are in field goal range, but looking to punch in 6 and not settle for a field goal. Yep. I'm going to update the tracker.
Yeah, I think I'd be interested. Let's get the chat's kind of thoughts. Not overall, we asked that earlier, but let's talk a little bit more fragmented. What are your thoughts on the offense, their start this week versus their start last week? And do you feel confident that they're going to be able to keep putting up points if Chicago continues to do well on the other side of the ball? And then thoughts on the defense, right? Very strong game against Minnesota last week. Lots of turnovers. This week, the turnover luck doesn't seem to be going their way here early. Do you feel like the Bucs defense is going to turn things around and stifle the Bears offense?
Yeah, we will get to that in one moment. But first, let's hear about Immuni Financial.
At Immuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right. Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Immuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
That's right. Immuni Financial has been proudly serving clients across the country since 1980. Yes, they have their place in Colorado, but they can help anyone across the United States. They got advisory services, legacy and retirement planning, insurance services, sales and trading, and they can help you set up a college savings account for your children as well if they plan on going to college. So give Immuni Financial a call, get a free consultation, and they can help you out in a number of different ways. That's Immuni Financial. Okay, back to these comments. A lot of arguing about Baker Mayfield.
What's new? The MO of his career.
Yeah, it says nice steady offense, good job so far. Magic Mayfield, yes, Baker. Baker.
I think Baker brings something that Tom Brady just didn't, which is he's going to get you a little bit excited just with the things that he does off script.
Yeah, very much so. Miscommunication there between Baker and Trey Palmer. Baker thought Palmer was going deep. Palmer obviously stopped after a couple of yards, so that's an incompletion. And it makes the Tristan Wirfs false start penalty that much more costly because they could have ran it there. Obviously, if it was a 3rd and 1. So
talked a little bit about it after the first drive. Gotta hope that the penalties don't creep up, and that could be the Bucs. The Bucs offense has shot themselves in the foot and hurt themselves more than the Bears defense has at this point.
40-yard attempt by Chase McLaughlin. It's blocked. It is blocked. Camarda jumps on the fumble. Camarda got hit in the head after that too. But Not great for the Buccaneers. Their drive goes from bad to worse. 94, who was just injured a couple plays ago.
It's Rasheem Green, 94.
Yeah.
Whew. Keith Armstrong's special teams coming in special.
Yeah, I just like in those situations, what can you really do? Like everyone puts their hands up. It just so happened to hit him this time.
I'd be interested to see how much penetration they got before they got their hands up. I think that's the big thing. Or if McLaughlin didn't get enough air underneath the kick, especially for such a short one. You don't need to go with a low trajectory, right? So
Unreasonable Thing says, thought we fired the OC.
Yeah, it's
Casey. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, interesting, play calls. Let me go back to it. I'll let you go. I want to check something real quick.
Sure. I'm just gonna get to some comments. Casey Beaver Westbrook says Baker all the way. Justin wants Keith Armstrong fired. Wayne says Bucs are starting slow, second game in a row. I wouldn't even say they've started crazy slow. Their defense clearly did. But I mean, offensively, they drove the ball down the field twice and got into field goal range. Was it an exceptional start? No, but let's remember they were going 3 and out every single time. So I think that's where the biggest difference is. Josh Porter says, "Here's the special teams we all know in Tampa." Yeah. Miguel saying the offense is pure trash. I don't think that's true.
No, and the play calling, like somebody said something about firing the offensive coordinator. If you look at the play calling in the red zone, I mean, it was fairly aggressive. They were just starting from where they got the first down on the 37. They ran Tucker up the middle for 2 yards. But everything after that was a bunch of passes, right? 2nd and 8, Mayfield passes to Otten for 9 yards, gets them a new first down on the 26. Then 2 straight pass plays where Baker, it was the protection that kind of broke down, where Baker ends up scrambling a total of 9 yards over those 2 plays. And then, they were probably going to run it on 3rd and 1, but it was the penalty that really screwed them up. So I wouldn't say that was on the OC, right? He called a pass that looked like it probably would have been effective if Palmer hadn't cut his route off.
No, you're 100% right. I think the offense has been fine. It's like it looks better than it did a week ago. They just haven't scored yet.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's execution, which was an issue last week.
All right, so Bears get good field position at midfield for their second drive. They go play action. Shaq Barrett's after Justin Fields. He gets to him. I hope that counts as a sack. It was very close. Fields was running forward. But either way, nicely done by Shaq. Welcome back, Shaq Barrett.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, they've cut. It looks like they've got it as 2nd and 10, so I think that's just going to go for a tackle.
Either way, though, just great pursuit. Gets right by Darnell Wright. I thought he was going to knock the ball loose, too, because Shaq has always been good at taking away the football.
Right?
2nd and 10 for Chicago. They give it to Mooney. Sorry, not Mooney. I couldn't tell. Anyway, Bucs are there. A great stop. JTS setting the edge. Devin White in the mix as well. Yeah, good call. Good call.
Great job by Ryan Neal to section off that edge and use the sideline. Well, there's a hold.
Mike Green got his first start by the way. Oh, my God. Yeah, that is egregious. And Shaq Barrett still gets in on the play.
Gets in there. Oh, man.
I mean, great job by the Bucs pass rush.
And this is what the Bucs will need to be successful throughout the year.
Yeah.
That didn't
Shaq
look like there
Barrett
was
is
a
an
blitz.
absolute menace on this drive. Of course, DJ Moore was somewhat open. Are NFL players like required to have mouthpieces anymore? Because none of them wear it.
I honestly don't know. It's an interesting point to bring up.
Devin Tompkins has a solid run, about 5-10 yards. There's a flag on the play.
Bears in all orange, Bucs in all white, and yet we're seeing mostly yellow.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. What is Picasso reffing this game? That's the first artist that came to mind. Maybe Salvador Dali. We got the Dali Museum in St. Pete.
There
obviously.
you go.
Yeah.
Always a great visit.
And he always had a lot of trippy art, so it kind of fits the dialogue of this game early on.
Yeah.
All right, Bucs fans, are people still worried about the defense?
I think there was a big change from drive 1 to drive 2, which is you didn't see nearly as much blitzing, right? So Bowles decided, I'm not going to give the extra room out in the, on the back end, and I'm going to try and trust my front four to get home. And they absolutely came through for him.
Yeah. Flash Gordon says, Mike Green, baby Kalijah Cansey.
That's a bold comparison.
Yeah. So how are you related to Mike Green, Flash Gordon? I just like this person's name. Watch more all 22 before commenting. Says the defense finally started.
So I've had some interactions with him on Twitter.
Nice.
Very well-reasoned arguments on some of the things that he's mentioned. One last thought that just came up to my head is just, Jamel Dean has not had the great start to this season. He got paid this offseason, and I'm usually not one for the narrative that once a guy gets paid, he starts, there's a let up, but he did get paid this offseason, and he has not played as well through the first 5 quarters of the season so far.
No, he is not. Scott Smith, the Bucs team reporter, says that the Bears sideline reports. Oh, just went away. Damn it.
Bears sideline reports that safety Eddie Jackson has a foot injury and is questionable to return.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that means both starting safeties out, right?
Yeah.
Because Jaquan Brisker went to the locker room. I don't think we've seen or heard that he's come back out. It's probably not likely. So you're now without their nickel corner. They're without their starting free safety, and they're without their strong safety. I know the Bucs run game has been really solid to start, and I'm not saying they should abandon it, but you have got to layer in the deep shots.
Got to move it. Yeah, I mean, you look at the Bucs' first 2 drives, 12 plays, 77 yards, 11 plays, 58 yards. It's not like they've just been stunted and not able to move. We'll see how this drive starts out. Must keep in mind the backups at safety. See how Dave Canales tries to exploit it. Keeft in the game at fullback.
Oh,
They run play action. Fake the handle of Rashad White. Baker thrown over the middle. It is caught by Mike Evans, who makes a leaping catch. He heads up the field down to the 40, the 30, all the way to the 20, the 10. Can he get in? No, he gets pushed out of bounds.
Not quite.
A huge play for Mike Evans. A 70-yard gain.
70!
My
70.
goodness. There's your yards after the catch.
Yep, there's your big shot play.
A little bit of a push by Mike, but that's all right. He usually gets sometimes
away with those.
Called. He pushed him pretty hard.
Oh
man.
Huge play. Taking
Rashad
advantage
White,
of the
anytime
safety.
touchdown.
Oh, there you go.
Good for Mike. That'll help with the Baker Mayfield passing yards as well. Bucs in the red zone. They start out with a handoff to Rachaad White. He avoids one tackler and somehow gets back to the line of scrimmage for no gain, maybe a half a yard.
Matt, if I had told you at the beginning of the game that Baker Mayfield would be averaging 14.9 yards per attempt through the first 18 minutes of the game, would you have guessed that the Bucs only have 3 points to show for it?
Yeah, no, I would not. I would not. Mike looks a little tired from that big run.
Well, he's an old man now.
He is. He's 30.
For wide receivers.
Baker gets the ball in shotgun, looking, pump fakes, scrambles to his left, throws it to Rachaad White. Short gain, makes it 3rd down. Red zone has been a little bit of a thorn in the side for the Bucs so far in today's game. Or at least getting the ball over midfield.
Yeah.
But Mike Evans is back, so why not just throw him the fade? It would only make sense.
Well, he's got a condensed split, so you could get him on potentially a speed out. Or just run Rachaad White up the middle.
That's what they do. Rachaad going, gets close. Is he in? Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Rachaad White gives the Bucs the lead again. It is 9-7. That's White's first touchdown of the season. And if you listen to me on Pewter Picks and Props,
there it is.
Anytime touchdown, Rachaad White. Cash that. Cash that.
There it is. Matt Matera out here making people money. I just got a text from my wife. She's on vacation right now. She's up in the mountains of North Carolina. Apparently, she's somewhere watching the Bucs game because I got a woohoo, let's go from her.
That's awesome. Jake
Point after is
holding.
Good.
Chase McLaughlin. Yep, it's good. Bucs lead 10-7.
There's your big explosive. That was lacking last week. The Bucs only had one explosive play all last week, even on that 9-minute drive. It was a 9-minute drive because they took it 4 to 6 yards at a chunk. 70 yards is going to really help you score a lot of points if you get it all in one play.
A nice response by the Bucs after a little bit of a struggle. But so Pewter Picks and Props, I went with Bucs -3, the over 40.5. You saw my picks for the quarterbacks with Baker and Justin Fields. But yeah, the other prop I did was anytime touchdown Rachaad White, and he hit that, his first touchdown of the season.
Yep. So just kind of getting into my underdog picks. They're not looking fantastic right now. I took 2 Bears and 1 Buck. I took Rachaad White higher than 54.5 rushing yards. I'm feeling pretty good about that because he's got 27 and we're not even a third of the way through the second quarter. So that one's looking really good. I still feel pretty confident about my second one, which is I do think Justin Fields is going to throw an interception. So I took higher than half an interception for him. The third one I'm a little concerned on, and it's probably my draft analysis fanboy showing. But I really thought, especially with Deonta Foreman inactive today, that we would see a little bit more Roschon Johnson for the Bears. Maybe it's just I want to see more Roschon Johnson for the Bears. But I took higher than 23.5 rushing yards for him. And at this point, I'm thinking I probably should have bought the insurance.
Yeah, the insurance is big time. Yeah, you don't win as much, but it's better to go home with something than nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm probably going to start doing that more often. I haven't done it yet. Just a hubris on my part, thinking, all my picks are going to come through. So how about you? I know you got the anytime touchdown. What were your full underdog picks?
I will throw it on the screen again. I just went with the quarterbacks in this one. Last week I did 3 and I went 2 for 3, which I'm very happy about. But sometimes, especially like with the good start that I had with my picks and everything like that, sometimes you get a little overzealous and then you start, I'm going to pick every single game. Nah, you gotta stay with it. You gotta chill out, calm down. So I went a little lighter this week with just 2 picks, with Fields over 175.5 passing yards and Baker over 208.5 passing yards. But again, thank you to Mike Evans, because that's 70 passing yards on that one play for Baker Mayfield. Yeah. So
Baker's sitting at 151, so I think that one's pretty safe.
Yeah.
Fields isn't in a bad spot either at 64 passing yards so far.
Yeah, and getting the ball on this drive. And that's the big thing for me is Fields. Listen, I get it. 175.5 isn't much. So why not take a shot? It just takes like one big play or one broken play, which, you know, the Bucs have been susceptible to having poor miscommunication in the secondary. It literally happened last week with the touchdown of Jordan Addison. And a lot of people are happy in the chat saying LFG Bucs.
Yep.
Field starts in shotgun, goes play action, has time, throws over the middle. Badly incomplete. Looking for the laziest man in football, Chase Claypool. Cool.
Oh, we talked about it in the pregame, but you know, and I know he's been much maligned, but that's the matchup that we highlighted, right? Which is Zion McCollum in coverage. And one thing McCollum does not lack, and that is effort. I mean, he goes balls to the wall on every play. It's hugely successful for him as a gunner. But you know, I think it'll serve him well against Claypool as well.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Second down, Bears run it. I feel like the Bears have not run the ball much at all.
Nope. What is it? It looks like 5 carries overall, 2 of which from Justin Fields and 1 from Velus Jones on an end around. So 60% of their runs came from non-running backs. Bucs also have their backup edge rushers in on both sides, Anthony Nelson and Yaya Diaby.
Yaya Diaby. All right, 3rd and 9, big down for the Bucs. Can immediately give the football back to the offense. Anthony Nelson almost broke up the play right there.
So close.
Right on the spot. Levante David, that play was going nowhere from the start. It was a completion to DJ Moore. Looks like the defense has woken up. Again, 17 points or less. Bucs get another touchdown. And things will be looking good.
Yeah, Levante doing Levante things. You can see it on the replay. Whether it's tape study or just instincts, he had that sniffed out by the time the ball left the center's hands. He was already moving laterally to cover that. So fantastic
and you know what I love?
job.
And what I love too is I think in football in general, the art of gang tackling has kind of been lost. So I love that Mel Dean was right there. Christian Ising was right there too in the event that is by or the rare chance Levante David isn't able to make a tackle. So good to see that.
I agree with you overall. I don't know if that's defenses not preaching it as much. I think not. I think it has more to do with the advent of the wide zone, the mid zone offense, a lot more horizontal, where offensive coordinators are doing everything they can to create space for their playmakers. And if they're successful in that, by logic says if they've got space, there aren't as many players to come in and create those tackles.
See how my fantasy team's doing.
Oh, I haven't even checked mine. So, all right. For those watching, if you want a really good laugh, I have on my fantasy team Kirk Cousins, and I have who else was it from that Thursday night game? Give me 1 second. DeAndre Swift. So I had both of them in the Thursday night game on my bench.
Oh, no. On your bench?
Yeah, on the bench. I opted for Jordan Love over Kirk Cousins, and I opted for Rachaad White over DeAndre Swift. Yikes. So Love is at 8.4 points for me right now, whereas Cousins went off for 31.6. Swift went off for 29.1 because we're a full PPR. And Rashaad's got 11. So I'm currently a 46% dog, even even with those two on the bench. So that's, at least a little bit.
Jeez.
helpful.
Yeah. There's no tougher feeling than just having a guy go off on the bench.
Well, it's what makes Underdog so cool with their drafts, right? Because you can do their best ball leagues, right? And that, talk about a good segue for the promo, right?
Yeah, you can. Let's actually get to the Underdog Fantasy. Just a little more information for people on how to play Pick'em and get going with Underdog. It's a single player game. So yeah, you literally just pick at least two sides, higher or lower on all the stats. For quarterbacks, obviously it's like passing yards and things of that nature. Receivers, it's receiving yards. Ton of options for you. They have a lot of in-season things as well. So the more you pick, the more you can win. That's why the insurance is so important. Good in-season tournaments. There's a playoff tournament as well. And this is just some of the stats that you could choose from with Underdog Fantasy. Use that promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER, and get a deposit bonus with Underdog Fantasy. Bucs are back on offense. They start out with a play action. Baker looking, has time, throws. It's complete to Kate Otten, which will help my fantasy team. The penalty will not, assuming it's going to be on the Bucs.
I think it was on Luke Gedeke. You haven't heard Gedeke's name this game and for offensive linemen. That's good, right? Typically, Gedeke did allow the Bucs or the Vikings lone sack last week on a very tough matchup against Daniil Hunter, former Pro Bowler. But overall, he equated himself very well in pass protection last week, and that has overall continued well today, the penalty notwithstanding.
Yeah, and even last week, Baker Mayfield admitted that the sack was on him more than anything else.
1st and 19 shotgun inside zone run. That's a choice, Dave Canales. That is one where 4 yards would not have been an efficient play.
Yeah. Exactly. We should set up
2
a
yards
debate.
Certainly
you
wasn't.
and Dave Canals.
Point counterpoint. Reviving that CNN show. Oh no, that was Was it Crosstalk? I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, I'm not sure. $8:30 to go in the second quarter. Baker in shotgun. He's got Rashad White next to him. They're going to run a draw play. Rashad goes up the middle. They'll set a third. I thought Rashad was down for a second. That's all right.
Yeah, so these last two runs, I think, perfectly illustrate my point, right? So
yeah,
you're on 1st and 19. So they only got 2 yards on the run. So no matter whose definition, it's an inefficient run. I just think it was a bad play call. But on 2nd and 17, you get 9 yards on the run. Hey, that's great for the yards per carry, but not really great for setting yourself up for 3rd and 8.
Mm. Baker gets the shotgun snap, throws over the middle. Caught by Kate Otten. Oh, he was so close to turning it up. He makes the catch, but it will not be enough for the first down. It'll be 4th and 1. Could we see a fake punt? There's no more. There's a new gunner or a new protector in the back. So,
well, last year they were using Giovanni Bernard as the personal protector. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Now you got Christian Izzy back there. Now you got Sean Tucker in there too.
I have a feeling you got a big punt coming. It's my boy. Can't let me down.
Oh my God. You were right about that.
I'm a second behind you, so here it comes.
Oh, sorry.
Whoa! Crushed it.
All right, All right, I just paused it again. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
It just cut to the Fox
graphics. Okay, now I think you're probably like a half a second ahead of me, but that's fine.
We'll get
probably the closest we're gonna get it.
We'll get there. It's early season. We'll get to mid.
Did you got a Limu Emu?
I do have Limu Emu. So I love that. I love that YouTube now has the NFL Sunday ticket. Like that's made my life
Yeah.
a lot easier, especially because the Bucs have far less primetime games this year than they did last year.
That is true.
The one small issue I have, and I can't really blame it necessarily on YouTube, it may be on my service provider, but still get a lot of like frozen loadings. So 70-yard punt. That's right. Watch more all 22 before commenting. That's my boy.
You don't need to all 22 to know that was a great punt. Vi's wanted them to go for it.
That's a tough one. So deep in your own territory. I am one of the more aggressive people when it comes to fourth down decision calls for going for it. And I think I still would have punted in that particular situation.
Yeah, I think you have to, especially the defense played so well the last 2 drives. And now you're forcing the Bears to go all the way down the field.
Yep. They've got that commercial with Travis Kelce on right now.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's one of the best moments in commercials at the moment where he goes in to the guy with the face paint. And he's like, what do you call somebody with face paint? Like, I can't remember the exact line, but then just that pause and he goes, a clown. And every time I see it, it cracks me up.
I just like that. I don't know if you watch the show. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but it has the other guy in the commercial with Travis Kelce. He's like the uncle of Charlie in It's Always Sunny, and he plays like a lawyer that is self-conscious about the size of his hands. His hands are too small. But anyway. By the way, if you're not already doing so, please follow us on our social media on X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, Threads, and Facebook. We are at Pewter Report, and our YouTube channel is Pewter Report TV. That's where we have the Pewter GameDay Show. That's where we have the Pewter Report podcast. We have various clips from practice each week. So please subscribe to Pewter Report TV. It's absolutely free. And hit that thumbs up button. So yeah, check us out. Pewter Report. The Bears start their next drive at the 20. They do hand it off this time. Nice job,
to my boy.
Fine. Yeah, to Rashawn. Oh, that's got to feel good. The sponge on Baker.
Well, that harkens back to such a great clip that you grabbed in training camp, right? Where Dave Canales asked the quarterbacks, do you think it's hotter here in Tampa or in, Cancun?
Mexico? Yeah, Cancun.
Yeah. And Baker very honestly answered with a word that I'm not sure I'm allowed to say on the live stream.
You could say F in here.
Oh, yeah. F in here.
Yeah. I have to give a shout out to Baker Mayfield for that, because on our Instagram channel or on our Instagram page, which please follow, that is the most viewed video or most viewed reel we have in the history of Pewter Report. It's at 1.7 million views for Dave Canales asking Baker, is it hotter here or in Cancun right now? And Baker says, effing here. So shout out to all of them for that viral video.
And for you for grabbing it. Nobody else, nobody thought of doing that, of just filming that very mundane drill. And you caught it.
Big time run for your boy Roschon Johnson. Got to the second level.
1/3 of my play is now in. Bucs fans won't be happy me going like this for like a 20-something yard run for the opposing running back, but
hey, gambling's a big aspect of
I got to pay the bills.
Exactly. Fields under center. We got 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. False start on Chicago.
Bears.
Yeah, Bears.
Oh, now I miss Chris Farley.
Yeah, he's the man. Richard.
Man, if Jamel Dean doesn't start playing a little bit better, he's going to end up in a van down by the river.
Yeah, he might. Smoking doobies.
Watching David Spade and Christina Applegate just try to
just
not
lose it.
laugh. It's one of the greatest TV moments.
Woo! Antoine Winfield Jr.
What a play. Because Cole Kmet was screaming wide open. Got over the top of Devin White.
Just a great play.
Wow. I mean, perfect shoulder placement.
Yeah.
He's a special guy, and he deserves
really
a
is.
big payday this offseason.
Dude, I was about to say that. He's gonna get big time money. Shout out to Greg Gaines, too. Really chasing after Justin Fields on that one.
Yep.
Kmet gets the ball this time around. Again, gang tackling. Jamel Dean, Devin White, Ryan Neal, all in.
Good initial tackle by Dean, and then the other two to come in and really just ensure that he doesn't break out of it.
Didn't make a scene.
Yep. Big man checking in.
All right, third down. Big time moment for the Bucs. It's not 3rd and 15. That graphic is wrong by Fox.
What are they at the 35? So probably, I mean, that's field goal range.
Yeah. Bears in shotgun. Fields gets the snap. Looking. Has time. Throws. It's caught for a first down. Bears get even closer.
So this is an interesting chess match between Bowles and offensive coordinator for the Bears, Luke Getsy. Bowles tried blitzing the first drive. It did not work. Second and third drives, second and third, I think.
Yeah.
Brought only 4. They were able to get the pass rush home. Very effective. Now bringing the 4 is not getting to Fields. Does Bowles opt to go back to the blitz to create some pressure?
Yeah, we'll see. Fields holding on to it. Tries to run up the middle, and he's swallowed up by Vita Vea.
Great job by Anthony Nelson and Yaya Diaby to hold their rush lanes, not break inside and give Fields the opportunity to break outside, forced him up the pocket into Vea. Underrated aspect of playing edge.
Diaby. Seems like it's been shown DJ Moore 1,000 times in this game.
What are we doing? That's tough because he was like read 4 on that.
Right. 2nd and 13. Fields throws it kind of low, looking for the running back, Herbert.
Another staple of a Todd Bowles defense. You saw Anthony Nelson and Yaya Diaby dropping into coverage.
Yeah.
As elite pass defenders.
All right, another big-time third down. We'll see what Tampa Bay can do. Seems like Fox doesn't have their graphics all the way ready. Just as the second quarter. How much time is left? We don't know. Fields looking, still holding on to the ball. Cam Gill comes around and knocks the ball loose. It's a strip sack for Cam Gill. The Bears jump on the loose ball, but that's a great job for one of the last players to make this team.
That's
There was
awesome.
a reason why the Bucs kept so many outside linebackers, and Cam Gill makes a big play, recording the sack on Justin Fields to get the stop on third down.
I mean, great job by Gill to continue to push upfield, continue to run the play. But, man, with Justin Fields, you can measure his time to throw with, like, one of those hourglass, the sand things.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what it is.
Yeah, he holds on to the ball like nuts.
So long. I want to say he was, like, the longest time to throw in the NFL last year. I can look this up. Give me 1 second.
It's like he's
well
so,
over 3 seconds.
It's like he's so self-conscious about, like, I don't want to just be a runner. I don't want to just be a runner. Then he's like holding onto the ball way too long now.
Yep. Oh, man. All right. You ready for this?
Yes.
Justin Fields had the longest time to throw in the NFL last year for any passer with at least 417 dropbacks, right? Which is how the filters kind of work for Pro Football Focus. 3.45 seconds. Now, do you want to guess who the time to throw for the number 2 guy?
For the longest amount of time?
Yeah, so the next. He was number 1 at 3.45. The next closest guy, what was his time to throw?
I'm going to say 3.
You're damn close. 3.01 for Daniel Jones. So that means the difference between the two of them, 0.44 seconds, is the same difference between Jones at number 2 and number 18, Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
So 16 passer difference for the difference between the number 2 guy and what his difference was with Justin Fields. That's incredible.
That's wild.
And for Bucs fans watching this after 3 years of Tom Brady,
yeah,
like 2.1, man, you could go to the bathroom in the time it takes between the snap and Fields actually getting the ball out.
There are guys that are running 40-yard dashes before Justin Fields gets rid of the ball.
I didn't think about that, but you're not wrong. Oh, man.
All right. Well, in last week's game, Josh Capo, the 2-minute drill was one of the most thrilling moments of the game with, things weren't going well for Tampa Bay, and then Christian Izzian made the big interception. Now the Bucs will have a chance. We'll see. Cairo Santos, former Buccaneer great, going to try a 52-yard attempt. This would tie the game up at 10-10. Either way, the Bucs are going to have the ball to close out the half. The kick is up, and it is good. A 52-yarder from Cairo Santos. This game is tied up at 10 apiece with just under 2 minutes to go in the game.
Just on vibes alone, would you expect this to be tied up given the play throughout the day?
No, I mean, the Bucs have played so much better than the Bears, it feels like. Outside of the Bears' initial opening drive, the Bucs offense has moved the ball down the field with the exception of the last drive. It's really just been penalties that have kept the Bucs from running away with this.
Yep, absolutely. That and that tough first drive, defensively. So, but you look at like the process. The process has been getting better for the Bucs, and it's been getting worse for the Bears. And that's got to bode well, for the second half, especially when we saw on offense last week, the adjustments that Canales was able to make at halftime. You hope that you see that again.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the difference between, the field goal and a touchdown this time around. Right.
I wouldn't hate if the narrative for the Bucs is that they're a second half team and they're just way better in the third and fourth quarter.
Sure.
But I wouldn't mind a little nice 2-minute drive here. Bucs regain the lead. Get a stop on defense.
That blimp looks like it's straight out of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Some anime thing.
Some futuristic show.
Yeah.
That could be on Rick and Morty or something.
There you go.
Okay, 1:55 to go. Bucs start at the 25. Baker gets the snap, throws over the middle, caught by Cade Otton, the barehanded Cade Otton. Bucs have all 3 timeouts, so they don't have to rush.
Otton having a much better game week 2 than week 1.
Yeah, just underneath in the flats, They run it with Rachaad White on second down, who gets that first down. Look at that. First downs before getting the third down. Such a cool thing. 1:20 to go. Tick, 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 tick. Bucs just outside the 40. Baker looking, dumps it off to Rachaad White, who heads up the middle, That'll make it 2nd and 2.
And this is when Baker's at his best, where he doesn't have to feel like he's got to do everything, right?
Yeah.
And he's taking what the defense is giving him. He's running the underneath stuff. And then when he gets his shots, he'll take them.
I think the Bucs should call a timeout now. 53 seconds to go. Well, Rachaad White ran for the first down. Gives the Bucs a first down. The clock is not running. They have not signaled a timeout, but I get that's the feeling. Nice shot of the Hillsborough River and downtown Tampa. Nice shot of Ryan Fitzpatrick as well. Let's remember the Fitzmagic, like the suit and everything, was made famous when he was with the Bucs.
True.
Eddie Jackson is out for the rest of the game with a foot injury. Baker's thrown for 175 yards. Not bad. Not too shabby. Last time, throws, caught by Mike Evans. Jumps forward. About a 5-6 yard gain on first down. 40 seconds to go. Be 2nd and 3, so that was a 7-yard gain. 35 seconds. Baker again, looking for Evans. It's incomplete. Looks like Evans wasn't expecting the football.
A little high on the throw, too. Which
A little high.
That was a penchant of Baker last week. You had mentioned Fitzpatrick there at the break. Has anyone else noticed that he's just slowly becoming Teen Wolf?
Like a little bit hairier.
Yeah.
With the beard.
Just everywhere, right? Like, underrated movie, by the way. Love Teen
I've
Wolf.
never seen it.
Oh, you've got it. That is Michael J. Fox at his best.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Baker going deep down the field. He's got a wide open Trey Palmer who makes the catch and gets out of bounds. I did not see that other defensive back further down. I thought Trey was going to take it to the house.
Beat the press coverage. Baker hit him on looked like basically a fade go. Yep.
Bucs at the 20, so they are in field goal range.
I was like, cover 2 beater, which is
Baker throwing that same side again, looking for Godwin. And it will not be praise be just yet, as that's incomplete. Does look like the Bucs are trying to take advantage of some of those injuries at safety. That was an interesting one because Godwin kind of turned around the same way that O'Keefe did last week on that throw early in the game.
I thought he stopped his route a little bit too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Or just didn't run hard through it.
Scrambling. He's going. He's going to get. Oh, that's a late hit. That's got to be a late hit. A late hit penalty. And Baker comes up screaming at the Bears player. Oh, wow. 14 seconds, but the Bucs are going to be inside the 10. And just great mobility by Baker to get something out of nothing. Yeah, avoiding the sack, deciding to run with it. Clearly, Baker was out of bounds.
Wonder if he told Stroman Jr. there to get his weight up.
Yeah. Baker pops right back up. Greg Stroman Jr. Oh, man, 14 seconds. Bucs have 2 timeouts. They are inside the 10. Yeah. Baker's going to run up the middle. Timeout. Was that a design QB draw?
I'm about a play behind you at this point, so I'll be able to give you a really good now that I'm expecting it, I should be able to give you a really good answer on that one. Yes.
Let
I'm
me know when
pretty
you
sure
got
that
9
was.
seconds.
Yeah, because you had Robert Hainsey go up a couple yards and start run blocking.
Gotcha.
So that was a design QB run. We saw one last week in Minnesota. Well, I think it was maybe more an RPO or a quarterback option, I think.
I just find it interesting considering he just sprinted 8 yards the play beforehand and got knocked out of bounds. But yes, probably the last play of the half before unless I don't know, something crazy happened. Probably the last play before deciding either scoring a touchdown or kicking a field goal.
But the good news is with the timeout is you can use the entire field. You don't have to necessarily put something into the end zone. If Chicago really pulls back into the end zone, you could do something underneath and let your playmaker try and grab the extra couple yards because you have the timeout.
And speaking of timeouts, the Bears have called their first of the half. Might as well. You don't get to bring them into the second half.
Right. They're probably waiting to see what personnel package the Bucs put out on the field so that they could better confer.
And we'll see if Dave Canales comes with something different this time. Yeah, big play of the game was the Mike Evans push.
For all the screaming that Evans does about DPIs that he feels like he's the victim of, he's very physical with DBs and gets away with it quite a bit.
Okay, big time, 2nd and goal. 9 seconds to go in the second quarter. Baker takes the snap, looking to his left. Now looking over the middle. He's going to throw it out of the end zone. I thought at first he was trying to do something crazy.
Well,
but,
with the amount of time he took off the clock with that play, Bucs will probably go for the field goal here. They don't have enough time to run another one and still get the field goal.
Will that go down as another target for KDOT? All right, much more manageable 25-yard attempt from Chase McLaughlin.
Get some loft under it. Don't want another one blocked.
Yeah. Kick is good. Bucs lead 13-10 at halftime going into the second quarter. Before we take a brief break, Josh, why don't you give me your thoughts on what played out in the first half?
And the level of play, you can tell these two teams are on different levels. The Bucs are the better team. The Bucs have, it's been their own mistakes. McLaughlin not getting enough loft under the kick, penalties. Just that's prevented this from being a much bigger difference. That realistically should probably be 20-10 right now. Mm-hmm. And instead it's a dogfight, which I think most Bucs fans expected, regardless of what you think the record was going to be this year for the Bucs, is that almost every game was going to be a dogfight. That's what they're in.
Yeah, it's weird. In one sense, I'm like a little encouraged by how the offense has looked and how Baker seems pretty comfortable. But on the other hand, I'm with you. It feels like they should be up multiple scores and they should be ready to just pour it on against the Chicago Bears. But the narrative of this game will be told in the second half, because if the Bucs come out and outscore them 21-0, the concerns of the first half won't be as big of a deal. But now that it's halftime, we're going to take a little bit of a break, get some food, stretch the legs, all that good stuff. I will be back for the third quarter. Josh has most impressive to write up. That obviously takes a little bit of time, so we'll let Josh get that going as well. But we'll be back for the third quarter in just a little bit. In the meantime, hang tight, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
See ya.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second half of the Pewter Game Day live show with reactions and analysis. I'm Matt Matera from PewterReport.com. Jake Camarda just kicked the ball out of bounds in the end zone for a touchback to begin this third quarter. But Josh Capo was kind enough to join me in the first half. But Josh, of course, will be writing Most Impressive, which you can check out on PewterReport.com. So he's going to focus on that for the second half. So kind of like last week, I'll be the one on here on the game day stream for the second half. But we'll get to everyone's comments, all that fun stuff, as the Bucs have announced that Chase Edmonds, Bucs running back, is out for the rest of the game with a knee injury. That's unfortunate because he played very well on his lone run that he had in the first half. Bears had a pretty good run to start out the second half. Now they got Chase Claypool in motion on the side. Vita Vea with a huge hit on Justin Fields. Claypool tips the ball into the air to avoid it getting intercepted. That was a monstrous hit by Vita Vea. Wow. I don't know how Justin Fields is getting up. Goes right through the interior offensive line. Smokes Fields. My goodness. They'll set up a 3rd and short for Chicago. They run it with Herbert, who gets just enough for a first down. Brian Gomez with TGHT wants to know, what's the ETA for Davis and his turf toe injury? I don't know at the time. However, excuse me. I heard turf toe injuries are not to be messed with. This Vita Vea makes another great play at the line of scrimmage. Wow, wow, wow. Vita Vea is taking over this game. Second and 7 for Tampa Bay. Oh, that's a false start penalty, and I should have said for Chicago. So, see, I'm even doing penalties as well. Barning Knight says that big Mike Evans play earlier might lower his Madden speed. As Wayne says, Vita is the man. Hey, who doesn't like false starts on the Bears? I'm with you. I also don't blame the Bears offensive lineman, especially when you got to guard or you got to block Vita Vea. Justin Fields is at 95 passing yards. He goes shotgun on 2nd and 13. JTS got a great jump on the play, goes right after Justin Fields and takes him down. That was an excellent, excellent jump by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Oh, my goodness. He was so fast, I thought he was offsides for a second, but no, just timed it perfectly. Whew! Goes right around the offensive tackle and completed the last 5%, which has always been the toughest for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He held on to Justin Fields, made sure he wasn't going anywhere. Great, great, great play by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. And that'll set up a 3rd and 23. Just a short little screen pass to Roschon Johnson. He does get a couple extra yards, but the Bucs get the stop and make sure they get the football. Zion McCollum makes the tackle. All right, that's great to see. JTS. Woo! Eater17 says, let's get 7 and put it away. It does feel like if the Bucs can make this a 2-possession game, everyone will relax a little bit more, but still hunt after the Bears offense. Shaggy says, driving to work at halftime, listening to Bears fans, they are not happy. with Fields as this punt by the Bears goes right around the 20, pretty close. And there is a flag on the play. I would say the worst thing the Bucs have done so far today has just been the penalties. Not saying this one's on the Bucs, but damn. Farning Knight says, I'm still not over that monster punt earlier. Yeah, that was crazy. It's a holding on the Bucs. And Tampa Bay will get their first drive on offense in the third quarter after the commercial break. And since there is a little bit of commercial break, let's hear from Celsius, shall we? We all bleed the same. Make Celsius your number one pick. So many great flavors. You saw the Oasis Vibe. The Cosmic Vibe is their newest one. Have an assortment of flavors you can see here. Peach mango, Fuji apple pear, watermelon, strawberry acai, strawberry lemonade. Anyway, awesome flavors. Arctic Vibe, peach, tropical vibe. There is no sugar. And there's no jitters or post-energy drink crashes that you get with other drinks out there. Go to the Celsius store locator, punch in your address, and that's where you can find Celsius. It'll tell you the closest geographical location. Walmarts, Targets, bodegas, everywhere. Celsius is all over the place now. If you want to get them in bulk, do the subscribe and save at Amazon. Have it sent to your residence. Whatever you want, just make Celsius your number one pick. Celsius, the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay Show and PewterReport.com and the Pewter Report podcast. Ooh, wrong graphic. Oh, you got a scammer in there again, huh? Okay. Let's see. Shaggy having a 2 Celsius day today. Yep, you heard Scott Reynolds say that from time to time. They start with a pitch to the outside to Sean Tucker. It doesn't go very far. There is another flag on the play. And, oh, it's offsides. Okay. Just with so many penalties today, I just figured it would have been on the Bucs again. By the way, everyone, don't forget, once the game is done, we will have the Pewter post-game show. Not crazy long after the game's done. We typically like to hear from Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield, and then do the post-game show as well. Scott Reynolds is at Raymond James Stadium, so he's going to try to come on live from the booth. So stay tuned for that. Follow us on our social media. We'll tell you when we're going live, when we're doing the show. Bucs have a 1st and 5 now and immediately just lose all of those yards. Immediately. Yeah, just whew. Ran right into Tristan Wirfs. Hainsley had an issue as well. DeMarcus Walker from Florida State. Shout out to him. So 2nd and 8 for Tampa Bay. That was a 3-yard loss. Baker Mayfield in shotgun. Fakes the handoff to Sean Tucker. Rolls out to his left. Oh, it's a great catch by Mike Evans, who rolls all the defender heads all the way down the field. And Mike Evans makes a big play that it looked like it was going to be a loss or an incompletion. Mike makes the catch, stays in bounds, spins past the defender, and that was about a 20, 30-yard gain. Oh, my goodness. Incredible. Was his foot in bounds? Wow, Mike Evans helping my fantasy team. Okay, he's clearly in bounds on the spin. Yeah. Oh, what a great job by Mike. That man's going to get paid. 4 receptions for 133 yards for Mike Evans. They run it with Sean Tucker. Getting those dirty yards. Sean Tucker about a 7-8 yard gain. Wow, what a great play by Mike Evans. Eater17 says, Mike wants his 1K this season. I put a ton of money on the prop bet of Mike Evans, responsibly. Put a ton of money on Mike Evans over 875.5 receiving yards. He's at 133 right now. He had 66 the day before as they run it with Sean Tucker. Tucker gets about a yard on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 1. Let's see what Tampa Bay draws up. Remember, Tampa Bay had a 3rd and 1 in the first half. It'll be 3rd and 2. Short yardage nonetheless. And Tristan Wirfs went off sides. Made it 3rd and 6. Chris says Mike's going to have 900 by the trade deadline. Rakim Jarrett goes in motion. Heavy set package for the Bucs. They run play action. Baker throws it. It's caught by David Wells. And just enough to get the first down. Doesn't have to be pretty. It's just gritty. Yeah, not the most beautiful play design, but just enough for the first down. Yeah, Wells was one of the best receiving tight ends that we saw in training camp. He's the second best receiving tight end on this team after Cade Otton. Play action, throwing over the middle. Baker's pass is tipped at the line of scrimmage. That is another thing that we saw plenty of in training camp. It's going to happen from time to time with Baker. Look like he had Chris Godwin open over the middle. I have to check that one out again. Baker's at 240 yards. This time they run it with Rachaad White, who breaks a nice tackle. He could have been done in the backfield for a loss. But he's able to avoid the D lineman and move up the field. Great job. Set up a 3rd and 7 for Tampa Bay. Looks like Mike had like the massage gun out. I have one at my house, so I know exactly what he's talking about. Baker gets the snap. Bears send the blitz. Baker running, throws it while falling down, and completes it to Cade Otton. He's going to be a yard short. I would love to see the Bucs get aggressive and go for it. You're already over midfield. Oh, man. Baker tried to scramble. As MJRVI says, Chris Godwin was open too. Yeah, you had Godwin in a one-on-one matchup. I think that's maybe where Baker wanted to go to, but the pass rush got to him. 4th and 1. Bucs are going for it. You got Rashad in the background, or at backfield. Cade Otton goes in motion. They pitch it to him on the outside. Rashad just gets enough and records the first down for Tampa Bay. Gutsy going for it on 4th and 1, and they convert. Nicely done by the offensive line. Great job by Todd Bowles being willing to go for it. And well done by Rachaad White. Haven't seen too many pitches to the outside. I like this new Todd Bowles. I like Todd Bowles going for it. New set of downs for the Bucs. They're in field goal range once again. Baker throws, caught by Rakim Jarrett. I believe that's his first ever reception. So congrats to him. He had the end around last week in crunch time. Eater17 says, get Bowles some Manscaped. Sets up a 2nd and 3. They run play action again. Hits a wide open Cade Otton. Makes the catch. Loses the football. And it's recovered by Baker Mayfield. Now, that's a loss on the play. Big mistake by Cade Otton. Or no, David Wells. My apologies. David Wells lost the football. So that's a loss of yards on the play. He made the first catch, but then immediately got punched out. Huge by Baker Mayfield to recover the fumble. My goodness. That would have set up a 3rd and short, and now it's going to be a 3rd and very, very long, but wise by Baker Mayfield to jump on the ball. That's a 3rd and 14 for Tampa Bay. Now they just got to make sure they stay in field goal range. Bears send the blitz. Baker going deep down the field, looking for Evans. Evans casts it. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Mike Evans having a gigantic game as he jumps into the crowd and gives a football to a fan wearing a Mike Evans jersey. There's the touchdown celebration everybody was looking for. Last week he didn't. This week he does. This is an incredible game for Mike Evans. On a 3rd and 14, Mike goes to the end zone. It's a great throw by Baker Mayfield. Bucs extend their lead. Mike Evans having a huge, huge day, ladies and gentlemen. And the Bucs are up 19-10. Woo! Oh, man. I didn't think I had a shot of winning my fantasy football game today. But Mike Evans single-handedly is putting the team on his back. Big Mike. Whew, there he is. He came ready to play today. This man came ready to play. I got to update the score, which is always a good thing when it's the Bucs that are getting their score updated. Gonna get to your guys' reactions in just a moment. Grizz, 900 by week 6. He might be onto something. Big Mike. Wow, what a day for Mike Evans. As we got a $4.99 super chat, Michael Perkins says Baker. Yeah, Baker deserves a ton of credit too. He's playing like the gritty type of guy that we've seen before, diving on that football. If Baker doesn't dive on that football, the play's done. I gotta give a shout out to Baker as well. All right, let's get to some more comments. But thank you very much, Michael Perkins, for the $4.99 super chat. MJRVI says, Mike is elite. Pay the man. Parker Mangus, that guy's pretty good. We should probably sign him. Angle says, Mike crushing the Bears today. You just love to see it. Holy shish kebab, Mike Evans. Feeling good about winning 1K as soon as Mike hits 1K. Evans with money. And last week was preseason Mike. And even then, it was, 66 yards and a touchdown. This is regular season Mike. 165 today for Evans. Great pass by Baker. That also should definitely be thrown in the mix. Josh Porter says Mike's going to get 200 this game. LFG Bucs. I hope he does. Eater with a great comment. Don't underestimate the heart of a champion. Christopher Vanham just says, yo! As Justin Fields goes nowhere. He just slides down. That was very awkward. Christian Izzian in the mix. Grizz says Mike and Baker about to get that bag. Baker is crushing it too. Oh, we got another super chat from Timothy Fitzgerald. It says Baker 6 with an exclamation point. Sooner fan here. Followed Baker to Tampa Bay. LFG. Well, Timothy, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for following Pewter Report. And awesome to see we got some Oklahoma fans watching the Bucs because of Baker Mayfield. That is so awesome. Timothy, I hope you enjoy watching this live stream. I hope you enjoy the Pewter Report podcast. I've enjoyed covering Baker Mayfield early on in his career, or early on in his Bucs career, I should say. He's definitely been entertaining as Justin Fields completes a short pass to DJ Moore on a 2nd and 12. But Timothy, thank you so much. As Casey Beaver Westbrook says, Boomer Sooner. Also, shout out Jim Ross, the legendary wrestling announcer. Big fan of his. So, yeah. As Angle says, stay a while, Tim. Bucs and Sooners go way back. Eater giving a shout out to the defense side. Quietly having a solid game. 3rd down. Fields looking. Throws it to the tight end. He's going to head up the field. Just gets the 1st down. Was not easy by any means. Timothy says, yes, nice, because we're not going to get many Baker games here. That's true. I imagine in Oklahoma, they probably show the Cowboys games. So the Cowboys play the Jets at 4 or something. Timothy, you will be able to watch them next week because the Bucs are on Monday Night Football on ESPN playing against the Eagles. As David says, shout out here, Weir, Mississippi. That's cool. Glad everyone's watching from all over. As Fields' pass on 1st and 10 is too high and incomplete. Cowboys and Chiefs, I would imagine, a lot in Oklahoma. Yeah, watch more All-22 before commenting. I strongly agree. Mayfield heads up play on the fumble recovery. Next play, launches it. Grizz saying Leroy Selman and, of course, Gerald McCoy. Boomer Sooners. Absolutely. Inoki and 7 watching from Knoxville. That's cool. We're doing an impromptu roll call, which we'll have roll call on tomorrow's Pewter Report podcast, as Daniel King says. Watching from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Go Bucs. Got a Boomer Sooner in there. Mark Swartz says 3rd and 11 plus last year, 0 for 41. This game we have converted 2. We'll see if the Bucs defense can get a stop on 3rd down. 3rd and 3 with 1:20 to go in the 3rd quarter. Feels like this 3rd quarter has flown by. Play clock down to 1. They get it off. They try to pitch it. The Bucs are right there. They couldn't make the stop, though. That's a 1st down for Chicago. They had Herbert in the backfield and just missed out. Barning Knight watching from Panama City, Florida. Hashtag fire the cannons. Fields' pass is tipped, so that'll go incomplete. Vita Vea is having a great game. A great game for the Bucs. Okay, 2nd and 10, 48 seconds to go. Oh, we got someone watching from Madrid. Oh, nice play by the Bucs. Is that a loose ball? Is that a loose ball? If that's the case, big time for the Bucs. Christian Izien making the fumble recovery. I missed briefly who got the sack on the play. Oh, Devin White, get live 45. Devin White blitzing up the middle. By the way, we got people from St. Augustine watching, as Jahes says that. And Rafa 1589 said watching from Madrid. A successful Devin White blitz is always a great thing. They're going to call it incomplete, though. I kind of thought it was an incomplete pass, if we're being honest. MJRVI says, I want my roll call because I'm always working, LOL. Shout out from Puerto Rico. MJRVI, appreciate you watching. I know you watched a lot last season. Good to see you back this season. Shout out Puerto Rico. I'm a big fan of Big Bunny. I'm a big fan of Bad Bunny. So shout out the PR. And Spam Account is watching from Houston. As we go to a booth review. In the meantime, let's look at my underdog fantasy picks and just kind of the overall, some of the bets that I had and everything. I'm sure some got deleted. Of course they did. I got to put them back in. Damn. Let's see where I could find. My laptop has thousands of photos. It's crazy. One second. There we go. Okay, so my underdog fantasy picks. I did Justin Fields higher than 175.5. Baker Mayfield higher than 208.5 passing yards. I believe, I haven't looked at the stats in a little bit, but I believe Baker is well over. Yeah, Baker's at 273 passing yards. So Baker Mayfield, well done. 273 passing yards. So that hit. So that's another prop win for me there. Justin Fields is at 117 passing yards. So still a little bit of work to do with Justin Fields. Granted, he does have the football now, so could bang out a couple more yards. 17, 27, 37, 47, 15. Yeah, still need almost 60 yards from Justin Fields if I want to hit that part of the bet. But at least Baker Mayfield for the Bucs side of things, if you want to individually bet as well, that's one way you could look at it. For the spread and the over-under in the Bucs game, I took the Bucs -3. That's pretty solid at the moment. And the over is 40.5. So we're at 30 right now. And, of course, Rachaad White's anytime touchdown hit. So still a little bit of work to do. I don't know if the over is going to hit, depending on what Chicago does on this drive. It's 3rd and 10. Fields looking. Fires. It's intercepted. Was that intercepted? That's a pick for Zion McCollum. Zion McCollum with the interception, getting to play because Carlton Davis is out, and he makes a fantastic pick. Shout out Josh Capo. He had Justin Fields throwing an interception in this game. Zion getting more playing time, was more confident this season after a conversation he had with Todd Bowles, and it pays off huge with the interception if it holds up. What a great job by Zion McCollum. 2 feet, both clearly in bounds. It's just a matter of if he had possession of the football. And everybody is pumped. Let's go. Yeah. LFG. More LFGs. Zion making plays. Shaggy says Zion's improvement. Wow. I get my guy making a play. Zion keeps saying. And once again, the turnover battle is in favor of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Incomplete pass. Spoke too soon. Either way, nice job by Zion McCollum. I don't know if he fully had possession. Yeah, that's tough. Bears do have to punt, though. So Bucs are getting the ball, and they could really give the knockout blow in this game. Devin Tompkins gets away from the ball. Bears pick it up. So Bucs will get the ball with 32 seconds to go in the third quarter. They are up 20-10. Could this be the knockout blow? .32 seconds to go. Bucs offense on the field. I imagine we'll see a lot of whoever is in a running back. It looks like Sean Tucker got in for this play. Trey Palmer goes in motion. Now they're running play action. He's going to dump it off to Cade Otton, who gets a couple yards on the play. That'll probably be the last play of the first or third quarter. I think I'm all over the place here. Solid day for Cade Otton, if we're being real with each other. I don't see why the Bucs would rush to try to run a play. Yep, that'll do it for the third quarter. Bucs are up 20-10 going into the fourth. Put those fours up. But yeah, got to be happy with how Tampa Bay came out and dominated this third quarter. Bears hardly moved the football. I think we're learning right away the Bucs are a second half team. They make those proper adjustments and get it going. Fourth quarter. There we go. And I truly think that this could be the knockout blow. Long lost Glacier. Where's all the O'Keefe plays? Have a day, Mike Evans. Time for a time-consuming touchdown drive. Yeah, take like 6-7 minutes off the clock. Wayne says Bucs need a touchdown to put the game away. All right, let's see. All right, I'm right back in my fantasy football game. If my freaking wide receivers could do anything. Yeah, Mike Evans with a 27-point day in fantasy. 27.5. I shouldn't shortchange him. Yeah, if Tyler Lockett can do something in the fourth quarter for me, that'd be nice. And then I have Daniel Jones as my only quarterback. Problem is my opponent has CeeDee Lamb, James Conner, and the Denver defense. So the big drive from Mike Evans. Apparently Darnell Mooney is out for the rest of the game. Excuse me. Darnell Mooney is questionable to return. So that's a tough one for the Bears. He's one of their best receivers. Let's see. Barney Knight says, going to feast on Ritter and Young. Second half adjustments. Who'd have thunk, says Shaggy. Joshua Porter says, can't wait to see how the national media spins this around on how the Bears lost this game, not that the Bucs won it. Yeah, let's just focus on the Bucs winning first, and then we'll worry about the narrative. Sean Tucker's still in the backfield as the Bucs start the fourth quarter. Devin Tompkins goes in motion. They run it with Tucker, and that's a loss of about 2 yards on the play. Bears getting ready for the run. Stroman Jr., who had the late hit on Baker Mayfield earlier on, makes the tackle. Bucs been pretty good in third and long today, though. Baker finds Cade Otton again. He's going to have to break a lot of tackles. Was trying to. And they stop his momentum. He's going to be short. Cade Otton really having a solid day. That'll be his sixth catch of the game. Sixth catch, 41 yards. That's a solid day's work for Cade Otton. It does give Chicago the ball back, though. And as Slim Stank says, thumbs up. Please hit that like button. 3 and out, man. Can't be having that. Camarda's punt is off. And it's... they got a good bounce. Oh, we got a comment from Carrie Clark. It says, go Bucs from Trinidad and Tobago, repping the red, white, and black. That's awesome. Carrie, thank you so much for watching. Love hearing from fans all around the world. So cool to see. Thank you, Carrie Clark. Angle says, at least Camarda is booming it on these punts today. As Sean Cassidy says, defense needs to keep holding Fields. That's not what I want to. There we go. No, we got someone from Puerto Rico as well, as Jamie Zizelman Martinez says, watching from Puerto Rico. Thanks for the live. Anytime. Thank you for watching. Sean D says, go Bucs from North Carolina. Joshua Porter says, Camarda keeps it up and he will be on the Pat McAfee show, LOL. And Leanne Danielson, go Bucs from Norman, Oklahoma, USA. Awesome. Glad to see some of the Sooners fans watching. Thanks to Baker Mayfield. Yeah, we saw that, when Tom Brady was with the Bucs, we saw some, New England fans, some Patriots fans that were watching us with Brady coming to Tampa. And it's cool to see it now with Baker Mayfield and some of the Oklahoma fans bringing some college football fans to the NFL. As Just Me says, Falcons down by 12 at the end of the third quarter. I actually have not checked in on the Falcons game at all. Let's take a quick look around the league. Yeah, Packers are up 24-12 against the Falcons. That's big for the Bucs. Bills are up 31-10 against the Raiders. I had the under in that game. I believe it was 47.5. So not looking great. Ravens up 3 against the Bengals, up 20-17. Lions beating the Seahawks 21-17, but Seahawks have the ball and are in the red zone. Chargers up 21-17 on the Titans. Jaguars only 6 points against the Chiefs. Chiefs are winning 14-6. Colts dominating the Texans 31-10. Some good games in the afternoon. The 49ers and Rams at 4:05. Giants Cardinals. The New York Jets against the Cowboys. That'll be on CBS. Wow, I thought that would have been on Fox. You got Commanders Broncos. I don't think that one will be live. And Dolphins Patriots is the Sunday night game. Oh, we got a $5 super chat from Shaggy, which I will read after this play. As Justin Fields takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Greg Gaines is in pursuit of him. Fields running all over. He's going to just toss it away. Actually smart to throw it away versus running out of bounds. That would have been a loss. Instead, it's an incompletion. But Shaggy, with the $5 super chat, says, shout out Pewter Report. You guys make it easy for out-of-market Bucs fans to feel connected to the team. Thanks, guys. That's awesome to hear, Shaggy. Thank you. We really do love having fans from all over. And I, in a way, understand how you feel. You know, I'm from New York. When it comes to sports outside of football, I mostly root for my New York teams. Everyone knows I'm a huge Mets fan in baseball. And I know the feeling living somewhere else, but still want to stay in touch with your roots, with the city of the team that you root for. And, you know, on a weekly basis and invest a lot of time in. So I hear you guys. I want it to be as friendly and fun as possible, no matter where you're watching from in the world. So thank you so much for the kind words, Shaggy. You've always been a great fan, a great commenter in the chats and everything. So I do appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat for sure. Freddie saying, go Bucs for Massachusetts. So a couple of Massachusetts holdovers. Roy Haycraft says, go Bucs from Indiana. So we got people watching from Indiana. Steve Wayne J., who's an Oklahoma fan, as Justin Fields is looking, his ball is tipped, and it's nearly interception. Wants to know Baker stats. I have live Bucs since this. I have something about the Bucs since the Selman brothers played there, so he's still a fan. So that's cool. So Baker's stats in this game: Baker has thrown for 285 yards and 1 touchdown with no interceptions. Trying to see the completions. 21-28. So a very efficient game for Baker Mayfield. I'm saying all of this as well as the Bears have to punt. And Bucs will have pretty good field position at the 35. Grizz is watching from Oklahoma. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I take that back. Minshew's in at QB for Indy. Just Me says, go Baker from Oklahoma. Leanne Danielson says, what am I going to do when the Bucs play the Eagles? Both of the quarterbacks are Oklahoma Sooners Heisman Trophy winners. Leanne, what I think you got to do is bet the over and just root for both offenses. I think that's probably the best course of action for next week's Monday night game, which will be a ton of fun. Al Bundy, parentheses, Dak is trash, says, go Bucs from Helsinki, Finland. Farning Knight says, a Mets fan. Sorry to hear that, friend. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of turmoil. And their season's done this year anyway. Carnivore says, go Bucs from Idaho. Larry's watching from Ohio, says, go Bucs. Jonathan, watching from Louisiana. Jonathan Bott. Obviously, that's Saints territory, but got a Bucs fan in there, so that's pretty cool. Eater saying, Zion looking like Christian Gonzalez. Joe Miliziano says, New Jersey in the house. Thanks, Pewter Report. Thank you, Joe. I was actually on Long Island this weekend. Got back last night. One of my best friends got married. I was a groomsman. It was actually at Bethpage Black. Well, that's the golf course. It's Bethpage, the country club, or Bethpage reception, whatever it is. But yeah, great time. Mark Fisher says, we keep lining up 2 cornerbacks on 3 wide receivers. They just can't hit it. Alex Hill says, Bacon Shake from Tulsa. Cuse, number 44, the biggest Syracuse fan in this chat with the $2 super chat, says, Tuck having a bad day. Yeah, it hasn't been ideal for Sean Tucker. Let's see what he's got. 7 rushing attempts for 7 yards. Not the best day for him. Bucs do have 100 rushing yards on the dot. Some of that's been scrambling from Baker. Rashad White has led the way with 51 rushing yards. Baker has 19. Chase Edmonds has 12. Devin Tompkins with that one end around for 11 yards. But yeah, it's been the monster day for Mike Evans. Let's see. David says, I love my Bucs. Long Lost Glacier said, Seahawks just went up on the Lions. Did not see that coming. All right, 1st and 10, 12:31 to go in the game. Rashad White in the backfield for the Bucs. Another chance for the Bucs to close it out. Look at that time possession, 28-35. Rashad makes a couple guys miss. Now, here's the problem. The Bears know that the Bucs want to run it. So I'm curious to see how the Bucs kind of attack this. Honestly, from a selfish standpoint, I would love for the Bucs to score a touchdown here. Then the Bears score a touchdown and the over hits, and the Bucs still win. This is a screen pass to Chris Godwin. Nasty block from Mike Evans. I think they're going to penalize him. Mike doesn't like the call. As Vinu Varanasi says, go Bucs from Dallas, boo Cowboys. I'm with you. Boo the Cowboys. I hope they lose today. Yeah, I think that was a good call on Mike. Sorry, I felt the sneeze coming up. That's why I'm looking like a maniac right now. Saw me live on air, sneeze. My bad. All right. By the way, we're going to have a Pewter GameDay Show next week on Monday Night Football for the Bucs game as Baker goes play action. Looking, dumps it off to Rashad White, who makes one guy miss. Remember, it was a 2nd and 18. So that'll set up a 3rd and 9 for Tampa Bay. But yeah, Pewter GameDay Show next Monday for primetime Monday Night Football. Cannot wait. Let's see. 3rd and 9. Will the Bucs stay aggressive? They do. Baker avoids a sack, dumps it off to Mike Evans, makes the catch, can't get the first down, though. That's 2 straight 3-and-outs for the Bucs. Obviously, a lot of that was hindered by the penalty to Mike Evans. But that's all right. So Camarda on again, the weapon. How about a defensive touchdown? The Bucs defense has played so well. Ooh, Josh Allen is throwing for 3 touchdowns today. That's nice. James Cook has 77 rushing yards. By the way, the spread for today's game, depending on when you got it, over at mybookie.ag was 2.5. I got mine at 3. But nonetheless, mybookie.ag, great spot to place all of your bets. If you use the promo code Pewter, you can get a deposit bonus over at mybookie.ag. When football season's back, it's the absolute best. But there's different fun events all year long to bet on, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, hockey, the UFC, tennis, golf, whatever. Mybookie.ag. Use that promo code Pewter, PWTER. You get a 10% cash rollover. Maximum you could bet is $200, or for the deposit bonus, minimum is $245. So if you learn from Play at City Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. Use promo code Pewter, PWTER, over at MyBookie. Get that deposit bonus. Remember, after the game, we will have the Pewter post-game show. Myself, Scott Reynolds should be on. I believe Josh Capo will be joining me. So a lot more fun. We'll break down this game. Hopefully it'll be a Bucs win. The Bears look completely lost on offense, if I'm being real with you. By the way, Pewter Picks and Props, my show that comes out every Friday, presented by Underdog Fantasy. Doing okay so far. My Baker Mayfield prop has hit of 300. Well, it was 175.5. Justin Fields is a long way to go, but going 1 for 2 ain't too bad. Also had the Bucs -3. Let's see what my other picks were. I had so many. I had the Green Bay Atlanta over 40.5. That is looking not bad. That already hit, if my math is correct. Yeah, that hit. So that's 1. I have the under in New England and Miami. That's later tonight. Raiders Bills under 47.5. That one's clinging on for dear life as Justin Fields completes a pass to Cole Kmet. Ravens +2. They are up at the moment. Last time I checked. Yep, they're up by 2 scores. So that's looking okay. And then I have the Browns and Saints. So 9 games, 1-0 right now. 5-2 last week. So not bad with my picks so far. I'm with you, Scott Jacks, though. Come on, put them away. Talking about the Bucs game. Bears are running it, though. I mean, Bucs will have that all day. Venu Varency, if Jets versus Bucs in the Super Bowl, who do you go for? Listen, I got to put my fandom on the side when it comes to reporting. So I would have no issue with either team winning, you know? I saw Alan's comment. So, yeah, it wouldn't be hard for me. You know, obviously I grew up a Jets fan, but now that I'm in this business, now that I cover the Bucs, my fandom goes to the side. It doesn't affect anything that happens with the Bucs, or if I'm reporting on the Jets or anything like that. I'd be as fair and unbiased as possible. And I think I best showed that a couple seasons ago when the Bucs played against the Jets. And obviously it was the crazy Antonio Brown game when he dipped out on everybody. As Justin Fields loses the snap, Christian Izien immediately blitzes. Vita Vea has the football. Let's see what they're calling it. If anything, it's a sack for Christian Izien. But this is all just great stuff. Joe says, let them hang around. Not good. I mean, they're fighting for every single inch at the moment. So that makes it 2nd and 18. Bears can run all day if they want to. That's just going to chew up the clock. It's time for a defensive touchdown. I agree. Fields hits Claypool, stays in bounds. Remember, the Bears need 2 scores. Is that 7 sacks? It might be. Let's see. JTS is 2. Shaq has 1. It says 5 right now. But anyway, Fields has time. Throws deep down the field. It is caught by DJ Moore. And it looks like Jamel Dean is down on the play. The Bucs are pretty thin at corner after that. That's a tough one for Tampa Bay. They had Chicago pinned pretty deep. As we go to commercial break, yeah, I don't have the volume on, obviously, as we watch the game on mute, so I can do my announcing and reporting and everything like that. If you guys want to tell me, was it Jamel Dean that went down? Angle, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't necessarily go as far to comment that they're made of glass. It just, they get nicked up here and there, and it kind of, it's flaring up at the moment. Timothy Fitzgerald, Fields just hit your prop bet, didn't he? I don't necessarily think so. They had him at, oh, I did. All right, cool. So that is a winner for Underdog Fantasy with my prop bet of over passing yards for Baker Mayfield and over passing yards for Justin Fields. So again, if you follow my picks, you know I'm going to hit them. I was 2-1 last week, 2-0 this week. That makes me 4-1 on my prop bets, not to mention the Rachaad White anytime touchdown. So follow my picks, Pewter Picks and Props. Win some dough. Let's go. All right, 1st and 10 for Chicago. 7 minutes to go in this game. Fields throwing back. Finds DJ Moore. I don't know where Levante David was going in coverage. Oh, where's that damn picture? Bears inside the 20 or just about at it. Fields over the middle. It's caught for a touchdown, Chase Claypool. And it's back to a 3-point game. Tough one for the Bucs. They had it in their grasp. Where are you at? Bucs fans will not be happy at the moment. Understandably. Let me change that banner. All right, it's crunch time for the Bucs. You don't want this lead to slip away. We got a $9.99 super chat from Scott Jacks who says, "Thanks for all the time you put into your analysis." I appreciate that. You know, I'm at the facility all the time. I try to get as much information as I possibly can, and you guys make it so worth it. I always enjoy chatting with everybody. So thank you, Scott Jacks, for that super chat. Okay, there it is. Okay, 6:17 to go. Bucs can ice the game out, kind of like what they did last week. They had it with 4 minutes. How's morale, everybody? You start out with a handoff to Rachaad White. Solid 5-6 yard gain on a first down. Unreasonable things. So snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Passing defense is a problem. Getting to be a big problem. Ed Gaines says, "We win if we get pressure, but when we don't, we lose." But they've gotten a fair amount of pressure in this game. Bucs go play action. Baker looking. Moves over to his right. He's going to scramble and then decides to smartly throw it away. That'll make it a 3rd and 5 coming up. Chris Dennis wants to know, how much yards does JTS have? Not JTS, DJ Moore. DJ Moore has 104 receiving yards. Third and 5, Baker barking out the signals. It's a screen to Rachaad White. He's got blockers in front of him. That's a first down for Rachaad White. A huge play. The ball comes out after, but Rachaad was clearly down. That was a gutsy call by Dave Canales. It pays off with a bubble screen on 3rd down. Bucs still in shotgun. They're going to run it with Rachaad White, who bounces off a would-be tackler and gets the first down. I don't know. I still feel pretty calm. I wish they were up by 4 instead of 3 so that the cover would hit. How about a nice Bucs touchdown? Finish the game. Defense can close it out. Overhits. Bucs cover. Baker and shotgun. Hands it off to Rashad again. He gets to the outside. That's a first down for Rashad White. He smartly stays in bounds with 4 minutes and counting. Great job by the Bucs offensive line. They've already showed that they have the killer instinct late in games, whether it was closing it out against Minnesota or doing it this week. Much, much better drive by the Bucs. That's a false start penalty on Luke Gedeke. That's the last thing you need here. You have good momentum. The clock's running. Now you stop the clock. I'm with you, Justin. Need a Bucs TD to hit the over. And Sean Tucker's in the game, too. He hasn't had the best game so far. Tucker barely gets a yard. Detroit making it close against Seattle, 31-28. John Tucker wants to know, how do you feel about Gedeke, Mauk, and Hainsey play so far early on in the season? I've been okay with all of them. I thought Mauk has looked pretty good at times. Gedeke has faltered here and there as Rashad White gets tackled for a loss. Hey, they've all been solid. Yeah, overall, the O-line has been good today. All right, it's 3rd and 17 for the Bucs. Long Lost Legion says Mauk just stood up the nose tackle on that last play. It wasn't his fault. It didn't go anywhere. Baker looking, throws over the middle. Caught by Chris Godwin. Well short of the first down marker. And unfortunately, doesn't look like they're in field goal range. They'll be 4th and 7. And it's crunch time for the Bucs. Oh, what'd I get the Bucs at? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, Jake Camarda is going to come on. Ooh, good point by Eater. That blocked field goal haunting us now. Great punt by Jake Camarda. Keeps it inside the 10. That's not going to be the Bucs ball because they touched it first. Then the Bears guy touched it. It would be cool if that was the case. What do you mean the defense can't stop anything? They've allowed 17 points in this game. Either way, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, clearly the Bucs touched it. I don't see. Oh, you know what would be the best? A pick 6 for the Bucs for the over. I think that would be the most ideal type of situation. Yeah, you could see Derek Pitts Jr. and Zach Trinner both touch the football. Hey, unreasonable things. How many points did the Bears score last week? I agree with J-Rat 410. No way should Fields be able to drive the whole field. All right, 2:24 to go in the game. They're going to call Shaq Barrett for being offsides. Tried to be aggressive. Okay, everyone, I like this question from Joe Miliziano. Who will step up for the Bucs? Everybody. If the Bucs are going to get, let's say a turnover, so it could be an interception or a forced fumble, like on a strip sack or something. Who's making the big play for the Bucs? I think it's going to be Levante David. I think Levante David comes up with an interception. Actually, Long Lost Glazer just said that too. So everyone start putting in your comments. Who's going to make the big play for the Bucs? Angle says Winfield. Also a great choice. So it's 1st and 5 for the Bucs. For the Bears. 2:18 to go in the game. Fields with a screen to Herbert, and there's another flag. Donnie says JTS. Shaggy says Antoine Winfield Jr. Vinu says Levante. And it's a penalty on the Bears, so that's good for the Bucs. Jonathan also says JTS and JRVI predicting a pick 6. San Anto Gato says Isian. Gosol GT7 Gamer says Devin White. Shaggy says Zion pick 6. Could be. Vinu wants to know about the 10-second runoff. I don't believe that's true within 4 minutes and under. MJ, or before the 2-minute warning. Fields throwing, gets picked. It's picked by Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett's at the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Shaq Barrett, pick 6. Ask and you shall receive. What an incredible play by Shaq Barrett. After all he's gone through this offseason, Shaq Barrett with an incredible play to seal it for the Bucs. The over hits. Now the Bucs are leading by 9 to potentially go up by 10. Incredible job by Shaq Barrett. And that's why Todd Bowles has outside linebackers line up in coverage. A pick 6 for Shaq Barrett. MJRVI. You called it. You called it, MJRVI. Wow, what a play. What a play for the Bucs. The Bucs are going to win this game. Wow. Shaq Barrett. No one more deserving of making a great play like that. Congratulations to Shaq Barrett. My goodness. Now the Bucs go up 27-17. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. How else can you say it? Amazing. Shaq Barrett reads the play. Whew. Oh my goodness. So happy for Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett. I am so pumped, people. Let's get to the comments. Sorry, I was just tweeting out some stuff. Wow. Wow. As all 22, watch all 22 before commenting says. MJRVI, you did call it. You called it. Chris said 7, talking about Shaq Barrett. Did you notice with the graphic, too? If you're watching on Fox, they have the old Shaq Barrett jersey. Well, 58, obviously, which is now Marquise Watts. But yeah, the new number 7 Shaq Barrett had a sack and a pick 6. What a game. Alfonso says, TD Bucs. Go Bucs, way to another victory. Shacky Bear says in Chowan 7. Barrett Doherty says, defense is looking better than 2020 so far this season. Venu says, hooray for Shaq. Rich Suggs with the 7s. What says, yes, sir. Bucs trying to get another sack, too. Why not? Whoo! Big hit by Yaya Diaby. Chris said, Todd effing Bowles. What says, I'm so happy for Shaq. Somehow, Unreasonable Things is nowhere to be found after the big play by the Bucs. So, yeah. Mum is the word on Unreasonable Things. Shocker. Timothy Fitzgerald says, Evans, Baker, Shaq, and Camarda, players of the game. Timothy, great point with Camarda, because that punt sent them back, and then plus the penalty as well. Yeah, so good calls for the players of the game. Long Lost Glazer says, Bucs defense is going to be hyped up for Monday Night Football against the Eagles. Tony Bowe says, amazing way to end it. Defense just saved Bowles and Canals' mishandling of the second half. I don't want to say mishandling, but the offense stalled at the wrong time, I think is the proper way to describe it. Leanne Danielson in all caps says, Shaq Barrett. Well, credit to Bowles, says Long Lost Glazer. That's how you get the job done. This season looks like we were getting those timely turnovers. Good point. Shaggy says, defensive takeaways have been a missing component. So psyched to see them again. I think that was technically in this game, the only turnover that the Bucs had, if I'm not mistaken. Lord Jimbo 2 says, I'm an Ohio State guy, and they got historically jobbed by the refs in Fields' final game against Clemson, but he's going to need a Hurts-style coaching change to become decent in the pros. Ed Gaines says that's his first career TD, talking about Shaq Barrett. Demon Murphy gives a LFG. Edward Jones says, let's go, Bucs. So is it Enochian? Sorry if I mispronounced that. My apologies. But appreciate all your comments today. Angle said, yeah, taking him to the bodega with that one. Ed Gaines says, take that ball home. Shaq. Donnie giving a shout out to number 7, Shaquille Barrett as well. Mark Fisher asks, how do I rate the Bucs play today? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give it a 6.5, to be honest with you. I don't think this game should have ever been close. I think there are certain things they did well on offense, but sputtered at the wrong time. defensively. I think Jamel Dean needs to pick it up a little bit. I think letting the Bears come back in the game late wasn't fantastic, but there are definitely some positives. No credit to Bowles. It's all Baker and the Bucs. I don't know about that, but appreciate the comment, Leanne. Carter J saying no Bucs, or go Bucs, sorry. Vita Vea gets in the mix. His helmet comes off, Justin Fields' helmet. That's another sack for Vita Vea and another sack for this Bucs defense. I don't have the Bucs defense in fantasy. Whoever does probably got a ton of points in this game. Victory Monday roll call incoming. That is true. Vita is not human. Yeah, Vita Vea has been incredible today. Like, if we're talking strictly just the Bucs defense, Vita Vea and Shaq Barrett, unbelievable, especially Shaq at the end as Fields. Oh, it's the Bucs get another pick. Is that Christian Izien again? It is Izien again. 2 interceptions in 2 games for the rookie. Antoine Winfield Jr. makes the big play, knocking the ball loose on the pass, and Izien is the beneficiary of it. That's going to seal it with 1:07 to go. The Bucs have the football left, and they will be in the best formation in the NFL. That's victory formation. 2 interceptions in 2 games for Christian Izien. This Bucs defense, another turnover, and sealing it late. Great job by this team. Levante David almost caught it. Wow. Wow, Christian Izien. And that fantasy football team just got even more points. Victory formation for the Bucs. What do you guys think? On our Instagram, we usually do like a post game, like, oh, the Bucs won, they're 2-0. I think the picture's got to be Shaq Barrett, right? I think it's got to be Shaq. But what a win for the Buccaneers with 30 seconds left as the Bucs go into victory formation. MJ RVI, I mean, you called the pick 6. Now you're saying you started the Bucs defense, got 17 points. Wow. John Boobin says Bucs D got him 20 points. That's it, folks. Bucs win the game 27-17. They are 2-0 on the season after defeating the Chicago Bears. Next week, they are on Monday Night Football against the 2-0 Philadelphia Eagles. The Bucs are tied for first place in the NFC, the conference. They're tied for first place in the NFC South. Could be alone in first place, depending on the ending of the Falcons game. I know it's very, very early, but this is a great start. Just a reminder, we will have the Pewter Post-Game Show. That'll be coming up a little bit after we hear from Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield, or maybe they'll give us someone else up at the podium, maybe Shaq for the big play that he had. But Bucs fans, you got to be feeling great. Was it perfect? No, not at all. But it was gritty, and they stuck it out, and they won, and they made the big plays at the end. The Bucs are 2-0. Make sure you follow us on our social media. We're at Pewter Report on all of our platforms, and our YouTube channel is Pewter Report TV. We'll let you guys know when we're going live for the podcast, what time we're going to be doing it at. But that's going to do it for me for this Pewter Game Day stream. Thanks to Josh Capo, who joined me in the first half. Thanks to everybody in the comments. Had such an awesome time talking to all of you. Great job by the Buccaneers. 2-0 start. So I'm Matt Matera saying thanks, everybody, for watching. We will see you next week for another edition of the Pewter Game Day Show. And stay tuned for the Pewter Post Game Show coming up in a little bit. Peace out.